Okay, finally. Yes, I'm late. I'm late. Ah, you're late again, Jacob. All right. Yes, I'm late. I'm late. I'm late. Ah, calm down. Anyway, to the point. Another Nights of Pop Culture stream with the legends, Juliana herself, Alex with the legends, Juliana herself. Echo again. And Brown down there. These are incredibly nuanced individuals. I think the world should aspire to be more like these guys and less of, every 2 seconds, and actually just taking the time to, see what someone else is trying to say. Because that's important. Because this is a conversational stream where we're going to be talking about Cobra Kai Season 4 episode by episode 1 to 5. 1 to 5. I just need to change the banner just a little bit because people might get confused. 1 second. Boom. So we're going to do episodes 1 to 5, and then in the next one, we will do 6 to 10. And then from then on, well, we'll figure it out. So before we kick off, let's say hello to some people in the chat. Cobra Jungle, Cobra Badass, Kai, Lisa, what's up? Cinema. Hey, Darius, what's up, dude? Tristan, they have arrived. One's like, hey, Cobra Kai, well, what's up, dude? Strike, how are you, my good sir? How are you? How's the climb to, I think, was it 6K, 7K you were nearly at? Hey, Frank, what's up, man? I hope you're good. Anyone I missed? Oh, good. Thank God he's not in the chat. Oh, shit almighty. Okay, so everyone in the chat, get ready because it's going to be a good, I'd say about 20 minutes maybe per episode, talking a little bit about it and the details. Alex's notes from the last time are going to be put to good use this time, aren't they, Alex?
Yes, they are.
Damn straight. I'm actually excited to see what notes you've written down because you went all in on those.
I kind of lost my mind. I'm not gonna lie. It's like a manifesto. It's kind of ridiculous.
Manifesto. Hey, Lucy. Strike, my dude. Yeah, it was all right. It was okay. It was mostly good to just meet Shamoon and Tai. Now, let's kick off with episode 1. So, I suppose we can do this in a rally robin kind of situation. Do you guys prefer like me, Juliana, Alex, Brown, like in that sort of order, or do you want me to change the order? What are you guys most comfortable with?
Maybe put Alex before me this time.
All right.
So we can, yeah.
There we go. Divine.
Alex have the notes.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you should go to one, King Paras. You should. Dude, it was okay. It was all right. Yeah, all good. I hope you're good. Okay, so let's kick off with episode 1. In my opinion, is one of the best episodes of the entire show. Yeah. I think this beginning episode sets so much up for the season and starts so strongly. And I think what lasts with me the most isn't that Daniel and Johnny are like, working together now. And, what do you have a rock in the middle of your, none of all that. That's funny. But it's just watch Mitch get kicked into it. But it's more of what it sets up for. I agree, Tristan. It sets up for Eli, where, he's getting his ass beat all day. And then it gets to a point where he's in the back of the Miyagi dojo, just having a drink, looking at the picture frame. And I've always said that the show plants seeds for a specific reason. So him looking at that, I was like, maybe he could join Miyagi-Do. Maybe that's what they're going to do. He's looking at that with great intrigue. And Johnny's not. I'll get into that later. But Johnny's not really treating him, like anything of a decent kind of human being. Get into that later. But it gets to a point in the episode, and it's one of my favorite moments in probably the whole show, where it sets up his redemption fully, but it's done in a way where it's almost like this was coming. It was inevitable that, he was going to be rejected by everyone after all the horrible stuff that he's done, and all the bad things he did, especially to his best friend, towards Daniel's dojo and Johnny. And then one thing that I didn't really gravitate towards in the scene was Dimitri's lack of sticking up for him. But, I get it because of the tension between them all. But after Johnny and Daniel have their little lovers tiff again for like the 50th time, Eli walks out and he's like, I don't know where I fit in here. And then Daniel, being the incompetent, fiery LaRusso we know him to be, he's just like, well, what did you expect? You burn bridges, blah, blah, blah. And he's true. He's right. He's bang on. But what I love is Eli's response to it. He doesn't refute it. He doesn't, for a hissy fit. He just walks off. And the last time he did that, was in season 1 when Johnny's like, you got to flip the script, and Eli buggered off, and then he came back with, so him coming back at the end of this episode with a sledgehammer, I was like, oh, maybe he's like, maybe he's like, just, well, maybe I'm just going to trash the whole place. And I think that's the last time we actually hear his, he's got that sort of theme where is this the last time we actually hear that particular part of the theme as he goes into the background and he smacks down the fence. And then this is what I love about the, I'm taking this off. This is making me sweaty. Is what I love about Eli's part in this episode is he tells Johnny and Daniel what they both need to hear. It's not a case of, oh, Johnny, you're right. Daniel, you're right. It's like, you were both right. Talk is cheap, so I'm building a bridge. Bit of both. Like, already the kids are the evolution of where they can go. And it's just Johnny and Daniel, as we see in later episodes, not being able to get past that to see it, which is incredibly frustrating. But other than Eli, Sam and Robbie's conversation I loved because they didn't really do much with that in the finale. So I wanted to see how Sam really reacted to Robbie joining Cobra Kai. And their scene sets up a lot of foreshadowing, a lot of stuff that's paid off later. And then Robbie goes back to his skating roots. Then you've got him taking on the dojo, which, I mean, I'll just do that sound I do in the videos when I make a great point. And Alex, I know you got a point that you want to raise about that when we get to you. So I know what, I know. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then even Miguel in this episode, when he says to Johnny, what about Rocky 3? He tries to throw movie references right back at Johnny to try and encourage him to, reach out to Daniel and take the first step. With Terry Silver, they do like the Luke Skywalker thing, but in this sense, it's more earned because his character has progressed to a state of just clarity. He doesn't want to be involved in the stupidness. And I love how they poke fun at Karate Kid 3, where it's like, sounds crazy when you say it like that. And then at the end of the season comes full circle. But I think for me, the first episode has so much in it that, it's one of the strongest episodes of the entire show, where it just has so much going forward, pays off so much from before. And there's just moments like where you can see things coming a mile off, where, Sam's like, you're a good person. I'm like, yeah, he's redeeming. Eli joining Miyagi-Do, when he looks at the thing, it's like, yeah, he's probably going to join Miyagi-Do. And then you've got Johnny and Daniel with just the glimmer of hope that these two might just Doctor Strange it to the side and just get on with but we'll get into that. And then Kreese, doing what Silver did to him in Karate Kid 3, which I thought was interesting because in Karate Kid 3, you kind of have this thing where if Kreese gives Silver the keys, hey, TCK, what's up, bro? Kreese might change at that point. That could be a turning point for him. And it's almost like Kreese bringing Silver back is, at first glance, oh, it's great, they're teaming up. But if you look at it in retrospect, it's very selfish, where it's like, oh, so Silver's living this great lifestyle. Let's go and pull him back and then treat him like crap the whole season and then wonder why he turned on your ass, John. I like what they do with him, and then it ends with this score at the end of the episode. Just so much to unpack. But now I've kicked us off. I've propelled us in a divine direction. Alex, I'm looking forward to seeing how you can bounce off of that, and then I'll be bouncing off of you guys after you kind of all give your say. So, Alex, shoot from the hip, sir.
Episode 1 of season 4 was amazing. It felt like an episode straight out of season 3. I feel like it just felt like it's my favorite. It's one of my favorite episodes of the season, but rewatching episode 1 just made me go, damn, I wish the rest of the season was this way a little bit. You know what I mean? Where
it just kept that.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but one thing I really loved Kreese in episode 1. He felt very nuanced, I would say. He when he was talking to Robbie and he said, you have more potential than, even your father. I love that line, because Robbie does has more potential than, his father. And not only does Kreese recognize it, but so does Johnny and, Daniel. And Kreese said something that I thought was interesting, where he says, it's not about winning or losing. When Robbie's like, you really think I care about, a trophy? And Kreese is like, it's not about the trophy. It's a matter of being a champion. You know what I mean? And by the end of it, it kind of pays off, but not only for Robbie for realizing he doesn't need a trophy, but also for Miguel. You know what I mean? By the end of the season, they both realized that, they're they're champions without a trophy. They don't have to, be defined by a trophy. And what Kreese was saying was very spot on. And then seeing Silverback since 1989 was just amazing. It was just so cool seeing Thomas Ian Griffith. It's as if he never left. I mean, he just like slipped the glove back on, and it was just so great. And while I was watching it, I remember I paused it because I had watched Karate Kid 3, and I was like, I found something interesting is that in Karate Kid 3, one of the things that Silver said to Miyagi is that, nobody will remember you. You know what I mean? You'll be, a memory, and in Cobra Kai will be the only thing that's standing. But when we find Silver, nobody even remembers who Silver is. You know what I mean? Nobody even know who Silver is. So I thought that was a very nice turn of events. You know what I mean? So, and
oh my God.
I also loved how Terry realized how insane he was. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry to cut you off, Alex, bro. I'm so sorry. Holy, oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Dude, you did not have to do that. Oh my goodness, bro. $50 fucking. Oh my God, are you mad? All right. I'd say raise a pint to Cobra Jungle in the chat. Forget that. Raise the keg. Raise the brewery. Raise it all. Cobra Jungle. All I can say is, thank you. Honestly, thank you so much, dude. $50. Jesus Christ. That's like buying a whole PlayStation game for me to play. Oh my God, dude. I don't even know what to say to that. No, everyone spread some love to Jungle right now. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Nah, Cobra Jungle, you're the man, sir. I'll be keeping an eye on the chat when you raise some points. Holy shit, man. Fucking hell. Even when I get the super chats now, it still fucking hits. $50. You're insane. Alex, please continue, brother.
No, that was good. Wow, that was awesome. That's enough for pineapple pizza money. You should get one with the $50 there. That's pretty cool.
It's good enough to buy the pizza and then take the pineapple pieces off. That's what that is. That's what I did.
Oh, that's awesome. But what I was saying also was that I loved how Silver realized how insane he was, because Karate Kid 3, not a lot of people like it. I don't really like it per se, but I love their explanation that he was high off cocaine. I was like, oh my God, like everyone was high off cocaine. Like, yes, that totally makes sense. Like, oh my God, that's so good. But yeah, seeing Silverback was just so cool. It was so cool. It was awesome. And then my favorite part of the episode, Robbie versus Cobra Kai. Oh my God, that was just amazing.
What were we saying
oh my God.
about him struggling in group fights, right? This dude goes from like, okay, you get a hit on me, to literally saying, if any of you can land a single hit, when he took out that entire dojo, right? And Tori was looking at him. I was like, if you let him walk out that door, he's just embarrassed every single one of you. You couldn't land a single hit on this dude. He just waxed the crap out. Carry on. Oh.
It was so. That's what made me just go, yep. And
shout
also
out to everyone who leaked it when the season premiere was. Yeah.
Oh, I saw it with my family. We were all just like, we were like, holy shit. And yeah, just seeing him take on Cobra Kai. I mean, he didn't train once in season 3, and he just took them all out. I mean, everyone else in that dojo's here. He's up there. You know what I mean? He's just, oh my God, it was such a good fight. It was so good. And then Tanner killed it. He just did, oh my God, he just did such a good job.
Tyler on his ass like that. I was like,
finally,
sit down.
Tyler, man.
You see the way he elbowed him? Yeah. Like, bang, bang. I was like, oh, ouch.
It was so good. It was so good. And then I was telling Jacob, that he's always had trouble in group fights. You know what I mean? He's always, in the mall fight, he had a little bit of trouble. In the juvie fight, he's always had trouble, but he took out everyone without even breaking a sweat. And then once he incorporated Miyagi-Do, I was like, he's gonna use it. And he, in the first episode, he did what Johnny and Daniel couldn't even do the whole season. It was so. He successfully blended. Yeah, he successfully blended Miyagi-Do and Cobra Kai into one. And I'm like, Daniel and Johnny are bickering right now, but little did they know Robbie's done what they can't even do. Like, what the hell? And as soon as the flashbacks kicked in, I was like, oh shit, he's gonna teach them. Oh my god, I had to like, oh god,
dude, I was fanboying hard. It's just the way that they did it. Like, there's moments where he switches back and forth between Miyagi-Do and Cobra Kai. I'm like, yes, that's my boy.
He's so good. Oh my god, and he just not even Tori. Yeah, Tori did land a hit on him, but like it was only because he let his guard down. But she couldn't touch him. He was just boom, 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 took her down, boom, and then oh god, it was so good. That's one of the best fights I think of the season. It was so good. It was so good, and it got me thinking: if he's this good right now, imagine how he'll be. 5. Imagine how he'll be when freaking Chosen shows up. Oh my god! And if he can take on,
pay off my theory of him and Chosen.
Oh god, that'd be so good. And if Robbie can take on like 15 people right now in a dojo, imagine how many people him and Miguel can take on together. Jesus Christ! Oh my god! It was god! It just gave another reason why he's a prodigy. It was just so good. I loved that fight. That fight was awesome. And as of right now, this might not many people will agree with me, but as of right now, just from that fight, I think he's the best fighter in the show right now. Of the kids. Yeah. Of the kids, he's the best fighter. Some people will say Hawk. Hawk is there too, but
I mean, sorry to cut you off again, brother, but I mean, now is a good time as any. When you're saying Robbie and Miguel.
Look who's here!
Get in here, son.
Shaboon!
What's good? What's up, guys?
Shaboon!
How are we doing?
The Robbie and Miguel team up. You know what? Let me change the background again. Let me change the background. Alex, you'll like this background.
What's up, Brian? What's up, Alex? What's up, Juliana?
There we go.
Hey.
God damn it! Oh my god! Oh god! What's up, Shamoon? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing good, fella. How you been?
I'm so good right now, man. Your hair looks. I don't want to cuss, but your hair looks fucking awesome, dude. Oh god.
Image of Miguel.
Oh my god!
I needed the trim, man. I mean, as much as I love the ponytail, I had to fucking go.
Oh god,
it was getting too much.
Yeah, your guys' live stream was crazy. It was crazy. It was so good. You guys did a great job with that live stream. You guys did a great job. Oh my god, I'm fanboying so hard right now. God damn it, man. I can't even look.
Jacob told me. I appreciate it, man. I was.
I
can't talk about you today
right now. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh god. My parents think I'm probably losing my.
I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that.
Oh god.
So pretty much how we were doing it, brother, is and I mean it was a badass time with you today, sir. We had some good fun, good laughs.
Oh yeah.
We drank, we fought, made our ancestors proud. So we'll carry on with Alex. So I think what we'll do, because we're only doing episodes 1 to 5, instead of 20 minutes, we'll do about half hour, or we'll at least wait till everyone said their piece with each episode and then kind of gauge it from there. So Alex, my good sir.
Carry on. Shall I leave? He's like not talking now.
Carry on, my captain.
I think we lost Alex.
Alex. Alex. No.
You're right, Alex. It's all right.
Alex, you all good?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, my computer.
I'll fly over there and save you. Whoever's causing problems.
No, it's okay. My computer just went out. I guess it's because it's so freaking. I couldn't take my fanboying right now. God damn it.
I'm gonna say there's too many legends in one stream.
Too many legends right now, man. Oh god. This is so cool.
Too much nuance.
Jacob, we get it. You have a way with words.
I do indeed.
Oh, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stream was awesome. I loved that stream. I was waiting for that stream. I got off work. Jacob told me what you guys were doing. I was like, he's pulling my leg. That's bullshit. It's not going to happen. And then I watched the stream. I was like, holy shit. And my mom was like, why are you screaming? I was like, you don't get it. Like, this video I've been waiting for.
What's about
you
to
don't
happen.
Get it. You don't get it, Mom. Like, just stop. Just stop. But it was such a good video, man. It was so good. But other than that, okay. I'm done fanboying right now, but okay. Other than that, that fight was amazing. When they team up, holy shit. That was just a little, like, smidget of what we'll get. Like, that was just a little, like, taste. You know what I mean? Just the taste of the salt before the spaghetti. It was just so good. It was just so good.
Before the spaghetti.
But, yeah. Well, other than that, that's my thoughts on episode 1. that's my thoughts on episode 1. That's all my notes for episode 1. So
okay, right. So, Juliana,
Mhm.
would you like to go next?
Sure. So, what I really loved about this episode was usually season premieres are very kind of slow moving in the sense that they do a lot of setup. With this one, it really felt like it established a great direction for the season, but it also had a lot in it. And so that's why this one is definitely one of my favorite premieres from the show. I also have to say I loved the opening because I wasn't sure whether Terry Silver was still going to, be rich and still have, a luxurious life. And I'm really glad that he did because, it shows that, he broke away from Kreese and he could live his life on his own and improve himself. And I just loved the piano, just him in the red dressing gown and the way he dismissed Kreese's phone call. I just loved that whole scene. It was just great, really great start. Another thing, I did write a few notes as well. With the Cobra Kai dojo, when Kyla talks about how half the squad has quit, I actually thought, okay, well, that actually makes a lot of sense considering the house fight. Obviously not all of them would go back. Like, that seems reasonable. But at the same time, I don't know why, but in this show, the writers do a really good job of making every character stand out on their own. It doesn't matter if they're a side character or a main character. So I actually really felt the absence of Rickenberger and Mikey.
The whole crew,
I actually really missed that.
Oh, yeah, that's a big shame.
Yeah. And I know it's because they were part of the old stunt team, but I just really miss their presence because now we don't really have as many original... Like, we don't have as many original Cobra Kai students there, and it makes it feel like a kind of an entirely different dojo, which I don't know how I feel about that. But so I definitely noticed their absence a lot. And again, I really liked the conversation between Robbie and Sam as well. I was really hoping that they didn't just, dismiss Sam's feelings about Robbie joining Cobra Kai, like you said, Jacob. And Alex, I have to agree with you as well. This episode really felt very season 3-esque. And after I went back and watched season 3 and then watched the opening of season 4, it really felt like it had like good momentum in continuing what happened after the finale. I think it wasn't until about episode 4, where it really started to kind of lose me. I thought that the first 3 with Johnny and Daniel's bickering, their ups and downs, Hawk bringing them together in the end with his idea of creating the sparring deck. I thought all of that just felt really, like, it just flowed really well.
Yeah.
So that was something I really loved. And I think as well, I did like how Robbie still hadn't, because I thought it by the end of season 3, like, he cemented his place in Cobra Kai. I actually quite liked...
That was a bit of an awkward transition.
Yeah, but in the end, I actually kind of liked how he wasn't fully in Cobra Kai yet. And I liked how he scolded Tori for going and attacking the students at the LaRusso house, because, he's still got that sense of right and wrong. Like, he's just thinking, that's outrageous. Like, it doesn't matter how much hate he has for Daniel and Johnny and everybody over there. It's like,
it's not his style.
Well, what's that going to do? He's very much like, I need to do what I need to do to win. And anything else, attacking randomly, if he doesn't think that that's going to put them in good stead, he won't do it. He fights really smart. So I think that kind of made a lot of sense with his character. And I loved how it was Hawk, the one who had the idea for the sparring deck. I think that was really fitting. Just the fact that a character that's caused so much division is the one that kind of brings Johnny and Daniel together. I loved that. Was hoping it would stick for a little bit more, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
And again, how Silver even admitted how crazy he was in the 80s. That makes Karate Kid 3 look even better.
Yeah.
Like, instead of just
on cocaine.
Like instead of just dismissing the movie, they address the silliness of it, and I love that. And instead of ignoring it, it's all canon. They take the good with the bad. And I think that's what makes it a much better show.
Yeah,
So
they
that's
just
another
work with
thing
it.
I really
They
like.
work with it and not against it.
Yeah, I think this was always a great thing about the show, that the show was able to make the originals better, even part 3. And yes, I absolutely agree. And I think the most things are said now, but I absolutely loved the opening scene as well. I really liked how they handled this epic call from the season 3 final, and then he was just like, "Oh no, hang on." That was so hilarious. And I absolutely enjoyed the first episode, and I was so excited, and it felt so familiar, and I was just like, "Oh my gosh." um, Cobra Kai season 4 is gonna be awesome, and no, I don't want to say.
Yeah, I know.
But I think the first 3 episodes the first 2 episodes, they were so strong, and I was so excited, and yeah, I absolutely loved that episode. And I agree also that I miss the old stunt team from Cobra Kai, because now it feels like it's not the same dojo. That's absolutely right. And it also feels like nobody, like,
because it's that connective tissue between the beginning to now. It's like that.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know this dojo anymore. Who is in this dojo?
What's happened to the dojo?
Nobody is in this dojo anymore. Like, I mean, I love Cobra Kai, you know, but I think it would feel so much. I think, yeah, it would be. It would be better for the connection if there would be the old side characters.
Yeah.
So I think the only 2 they've got left
many
is
characters, because so many main characters left Cobra Kai. I think it would have been great for the connection of the fans to see the old side characters there.
Yeah,
Completely.
It just bridges the show together.
It just makes it feel like it's like what I said with like I use the example of like just Walking Dead, for instance, where the longer you do it, and it's not like this bad, but it's just an example of where like that show's like on its 11th season now or whatever, and there's like 2 characters, season 15 or whatever it is. There's like 2 characters left from the OG like small group of 8, and they almost they're the only thing that connects to the original in season 1, and it's just having that connective tissue there so that it still feels like it still goes back to season 1. But I suppose in some ways it does kind of work in its favor, where it's like half the squad quit. It just kind of adds that level of like Cobra Kai sort of having to reformat itself, where it's like, okay, we no longer have these guys. Still got the other 2, the 2 that Stingray recognizes later on. But I think having like a reset is good, because it's sort of phasing out Johnny's Cobra Kai fully. Like his Cobra Kai sort of just literally getting pushed to the side. And Kreese's Cobra Kai is here, but this is also the makings of Silver's Cobra Kai, and then pushing Kreese's.
And then it'll be ours.
I guess the reason why I had a problem with it is because Cobra Kai as a whole just seemed less threatening this season. At the end of season 3, obviously all 3 dojos are nuanced. They've all got grey areas. But Cobra Kai, I feel like, was established as this bigger threat at the end of season 3. And just with the new characters that came in, like Piper and some of the others, I didn't really feel that sense of urgency in, the others having to defeat them. It just felt like, oh, yeah, Team Cobra Kai, yeah, here we go. It wasn't really, like, threatening. Like, everyone was into it. Like, they really understood the gravity of, like, this karate war. So I think that's why I had such a problem with it.
Yeah, they felt like kind of like a douchebag like football team this season. Like,
Dare I say it? Like, I think season 3's Cobra Kai felt more intimidating.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It had that level of like, ooh, crap, oof, you know. And they only had Hawk at the time, and Kyler like later on. So you're thinking like, oh crap, with Kyler there, Tori there full time, Robbie joined. Ooh, and but in the first couple episodes it was good. It's just like the latter half where it just kind of
because the season 3 Cobra Kai
Oh.
was the ghosts Johnny called, and you know what I mean. It was a team that Johnny built up, and then they became monsters, and so the emotional connection to them was so strong, so dark and painful in a way. And now it's a very different. It's a team. I don't have a very strong connection to these people because they are new. I don't think that this new start was good. I don't.
It's a good point. It's a good point that you both raise. I think one thing that can work in their favor though is if what me and Shuman have been saying comes to light is if they're really trying to make Cobra Kai like the ultimate villain, you got to phase out like all the guys we've had since season 1. You got to get them out of there. Like you got to have to completely reformat it to the point where all the other guys are literally like in Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fang. And you get to a situation where Cobra Kai is built up mainly with Mike Barnes-esque kind of fighters. We'll touch more upon this like in the episode 5 to 6 range because that's where it sort of leans into. But I genuinely believe that Silver now having control of it will literally open like a pamphlet and just be like, right, I want him, or she nearly murdered. She wanted to murder someone, or I want her, or he's done this, and this. Oh, I want him. Like I think you will see the most threatening version of Cobra Kai probably next season onward.
I'm not going to be surprised if like Terry Silver tries to freaking hire like Putin or something, because he none of these like students are going to be like you said, we're not going to have any sympathy for them. I think you have to like just they need to be like full on no mercy, but like crazy.
It's just that awkward. It's just that awkward transition that we're in.
Yeah, and I think just because it felt a lot like season 3 was a transitional season, that's kind of why season 4 to me was kind of like, oh, okay, we've got more transition. Like, I understand it. I completely understand it, but that's kind of where it just fell a bit short for me. But again, if it turns out that it does make season 5 better, then,
Because it might just be one of them long-term things where it pays off in the long term.
Exactly, it could be.
I don't think it ruined season 4's like intensity though, because like the dojo itself was like, I mean, yeah, I agree with the thing about season 3. Like, I think after what Kreese did to Johnny, you would immediately feel like this new presence in the dojo in season 3. Then like season 4, it's kind of like it's a bit of a transition again, like Jacob was saying. But now, like, Silver's gonna be doing some crazy shit going forward. So the intensity is gonna go up again. It just seems to be doing that quite well each season, as well as the arcs that intertwine with that. So that's
I think it's also like, the way the show is designed is, even me, I thought that season 4 would do a lot of laying the foundation for next season's setup, but I think that might have actually been this season. I think that's why it feels awkward, is because they've kind of like skipped ahead a season. Where season 5 and 6 will have more of the payoff, and season 4 they needed to really lay like the foundation for that to happen. But I completely get what you guys are saying. There, you want that connective tissue to the past to sort of make it feel like it still was intimidating. I think it's just because like most of all the fighters, I mean, mind you, even at the end of season 3, as someone said above, there was like random fighters showing up at the zoo and whatever. I'm like, where the hell were you guys ever in the dojo? They'll just pop up at just random.
Yeah, it's kind of like, did they just jump in for fun? Like
just for shits and giggles, they just I swore, damn it. They just randomly appear. It took me half hour. They just randomly appear at different points or another.
That's true.
Agree. I completely agree.
That's true. I think I just felt more of that in season 4. Like in season 3, even though they were random people, it still felt in a line with that whole sort of intimidation. Whereas season 4, like Alex said, it was just more douchey, like
I think
party,
it's
obnoxious.
it had that level of focus where it focused specifically on like the darkness of Cobra Kai, like the whole season. Like and then Kreese and all that kind of stuff.
And the backstory of Kreese.
And the backstory like feeding into it. I think it's because this season had like so much going on. This is why they kind of need to make episodes longer, or just a couple more episodes, Netflix.
great.
6 episodes, then mid-season, then another 6. Just
Yeah,
saying.
you might as well, Netflix. Just do it.
that would, I think, balance it out and give like time to breathe to stuff to make Cobra Kai that kind of threat again. Because like the spotlight they did give Robbie, Tori, and Kylo was good. You know, it's just
Yeah.
I think you know, as I think what you guys are saying, that like the side characters to just get a little bit more, you know, of it going forward. But in terms of episode 2, for me, this was where the show was still carrying on strong. I was like, okay, this is good. It starts up with Kenny and his introduction. And this was like before we found out that he was like Sean's brother, which is at the end of the episode. It's like, oh crap, that's awesome. Like at first I was like, we don't have to make everyone related because, you know, but then eventually I was like, okay, this could make for a good story. And now after seeing season 4 for sure. But I think it still carried up that same kind of energy when Kenny was introduced, and then seeing Anthony be put in like the bully role, switching the stuff again, where we're like, Anthony, we've had you for 4 seasons. Can you just have a season of nuance, please? Just for once, can you have a season where we don't think you're a little asshole, you know? But no. But I think the highlight of this one was Johnny and Daniel training each other, and then them going to the ice like skating thing. The hockey place at the end, where Daniel has no choice but to strike first. And even though Johnny says no, be there, what's great about it is even though he thinks he's like making a joke, he actually takes Daniel's teachings to heart by doing what Daniel would do in that situation. It's clever. It's such clever writing. The first 2 episodes really carried on so strongly, especially into the second episode where things really are starting to pick up. And then we get Amanda talking to Tori, which is like, oh, this is new. This is cool. And what I love what they did with Amanda this season is when, you know, she's like, I need to know you got that message. And Tori's like, what if I didn't? Amanda squares up to her. If you look at Tori's face, she looks scared. Like she was like, oh, crap, Amanda's like squaring up to me. And then you get the backstory later on that Amanda did all that kind of stuff in her past. And then you got Anthony and Kenny basically starting up a new rivalry over a complete misunderstanding again. Anthony needs to get his ass whooped. But I think, you know, then you've got Tori really sort of integrating herself back into the dojo, and then her and Robbie having a bit of a scuffle. Kreese trying to sort of navigate the Miyagi-Do philosophy into it. I really enjoyed episode 2 because then you get to a moment where Kreese and Amanda have a conversation where Kreese, you know, out of all people, instills the context and the nuance as to why Tori is the way she is, and it makes Amanda see things in a completely different way. Like, oh wow, I didn't know that, and I just got fired. Then it starts that whole quote unquote redemption arc for Tori with this. But I suppose what we can do now we got the order like this is I suppose we could start Shamoon with you, sir, then with Alex, then with Juliana, then with Brown, and that'll be our sort of running order. So, Mr. Miguel, sir, episode 2.
So, episode 2, I think what you were saying earlier on about episode 1, I really liked that. I think it took it, you know, continued it quite well. Just remembering what happened exactly, like. Isn't that when they pretty much are getting more and more into training? And
Johnny,
you know, you see that relationship between Daniel and Johnny, and I quite like, even though they agreed to, in episode 1, like they agreed to not like join each other's dojos. I mean, Hawk made that informed decision. I like what they did in the second episode. You know, it was a really good episode. I think, I think throughout this episode, I think this is where we start to see that Amanda Tori stuff kind of kick off, because this was something that I did not see coming at all. Like, a lot of people have their predictions, but that was something that was refreshing, and we know how against, we know how much Amanda was against Tori, calling her like a psycho, and coming into our house like she did. I mean, no one's going to be exactly cooperative with you,
No, absolutely.
And I like the fact she was the actual one that was the one that ended up helping Tori with her situation. Really but they developed that very well, and I think what I liked with this this episode with the Amanda Tori stuff is that it hit a great area we've never seen before, where a character is in such desperate help, but is being helped by someone you wouldn't actually expect based on the stance they took by the end of the the last season. And in relation to the characters, they care about, like, the Sam Amanda relationship so important. So like, I liked what I really liked that. I hope you guys feel the same, because that was something that I liked, and then obviously we see how that continues. But yeah, it was just really refreshing, because I don't think we've seen a character in such desperate need from a character that would kind of take a U-turn on their decision and go, oh shit, yeah, like, we need to, like, actually.
And it was interesting for Amanda as well, just to piggyback off what you're saying, because she, out of all the people that have reacted to the school fight and everything, she was the one that was advocating for Tori to get locked up and all that kind of stuff and be thrown in like the slammer. And then her getting that, perspective, like, oh, and then not only seeing that character is like a character interaction that's, new. It's fun, like it's cool in the moment to see two characters talking who've never interacted. But the fact that it serves so much to season 4's plot and has paid off, like, later on, like Amanda and Tori were leaps and bounds. Probably my new favorite kind of partnership this season.
Yeah, new dynamic.
Yeah.
We can't forget the Kenny stuff, because of course that's the first thing we see in this episode. We see him just being, some people think he's being an absolute idiot with the dancing, but I thought it was just a straight up audition for Miles Morales.
Yes. That's literally all it was.
I mean, the music, the way he's acting, the way he's dancing, got his headphones.
Sunflower.
I mean, you know what? They should have just put Sunflower on, and it literally been like, oh, is this Spider-Verse I'm watching? Like,
they actually should have, because Sony are involved. They should have just.
Yeah. I don't think that's a coincidence either. Sony Pictures, Sony TV.
It's totally not a like they gave him clothing that specifically looks like Miles. It's like, I see what you're doing, Netflix.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
You're not slick.
And like this episode is a great introduction to a character that, a lot of people are like, oh, do we need like a new character like Kenny? We've got a lot going on in the show. Silver's coming back. We got focus on him. But I absolutely loved Dallas. This episode was so great in introducing a character in a fresh way. And also just seeing Anthony have like more screen time this entire episode.
It was inevitable.
And we were saying this before, than he's ever had in Cobra Kai. I like the whole dynamic with him being the bully, because it just has that. It just shows how ironic, the LaRussos can be, and how flawed they can be. His dad was bullied by that blonde dude, Johnny Lawrence, came into his house, and he decides to become a bully himself, even though he knows what
it touches upon the peer pressure issues as well, that he's conflicted where he doesn't want to hurt Kenny or do all the stuff, but to fit in and impress them, he doesn't. Right. That's a thing that people do. Is
does he want to become the next LaRusso, or does he want to be LaPusso? You got to choose.
You got to make that. You got to make that choice, Anthony.
Exactly. But that was something. Yeah, I think the Amanda Tori and the Kenny stuff with Anthony was. Again, it was like an episode where you establish new dynamics, and I thought they did it really well this episode. We've seen that kind of happen before, I think, but this was very refreshing, and I love the way they went about it, and the conflict that we end up seeing with Silver as well, and how he feels about Cobra Kai. I mean, that's quite interesting as well. I mean, that happens in episode 3. I know that he goes to the dojo and all that. Yeah, I think the Kenny Anthony stuff was, seeing Leah as well, like her, this like new love triangle. It's like an introduction
to. Go again.
It's kind of like a little love triangle again, but I think they'll break the ice, and hopefully it won't be an Ali, Johnny, Daniel again. It'll kind of be different. Maybe Leah's like,
where Robbie and Miguel.
I'm out. You both are bullies. You're both bullying each other. But who knows? I mean, some of the friends of Anthony might end up swooping in to Leah. It could create some sort of.
That main kid needs his ass beat. I'm sorry.
You talking about Zach?
Yeah, the guy with the curly,
the blonde curly hair. Yeah.
Honestly, grab that
Come
dude.
on,
throw him in the
Lapusso,
bucket.
show some of that great.
Oh, never
Oh, yeah.
Lapusso. All right, Milky Bar kid.
And that dude is like, bust some of that Miyagi shit.
It's Curly
that's funny.
Malfoy.
Yeah.
I completely agree. There's even the moment where we're at the hockey rink and they're like, they're basically talking about Anna Daniel's wife. Like, easy guys, that's my wife.
This episode, and cannot forget the biggest thing about this episode even is that training montage with Johnny and Daniel, man. Oh my god, like that was fun. Johnny B, wow. Like yeah, I think that was something nice to finally see Johnny learn Miyagi-Do properly and understand what Daniel means, and then also Daniel just finally embracing that offense. You know, seeing him like how he reacted to hearing them saying, you know, the hockey guy saying this about his wife. Like, I loved what Daniel turned into Chosen. You know, so he like Silver said, echoing, you've still got a little bit of Cobra Kai in you. He's got that offense to him. He just needs to unlock it.
Completely agree. It's like that moment when Johnny's training and it's like the full Miyagi thing. I'm like, oh, this is sick. And then I'm like, there's going to be something. It's Johnny. There's something. And then rolls and then he falls in the pool and he smacks the board. that was hilarious. But no, I completely agree. Completely agree with that.
Yeah, so I think for me, this episode was, I think it definitely was, thinking about it now, one of my favorite episodes. Because there was so much, refreshing sides to an episode in this, and just seeing new dynamics, and then finally seeing Johnny and Daniel not bicker for once and actually like learn from each other was nice. Because, you know, we've had 4 seasons of them bitching and just being like very immature about the situation, you know, not rising above it.
Like an old married couple.
If Miyagi saw that, I think he would be really pissed with Daniel, so to speak. I'm pretty sure he would do pressure points on Daniel. He'd probably be that annoyed, you know. He's like, Daniel-san, you're doing the wrong thing. But yeah, man, this was a great episode. I mean, I feel like a lot of people feel the same with this episode. It was just really well done. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, man. Very good points. Very, very nuanced, sir, as it were. Very nuanced.
Thanks.
Experiment. It's Miguel, isn't it? I mean, come on, Miguel and Robbie. Come on. Alex.
That's all that matters now.
That's all that matters. I'm saying it since day one. Now, Alex, senor, you're up next.
I have to agree. I really did like episode 2. When I first heard about Kenny, I was like, why do we have to... that'll do it.
What? Say.
Technical difficulties. I think Daniel decided to F up your camera, Jacob.
Oh my god. I'm adding that.
I'm so excited to hear what Alex has to say.
Oh my god. He kicked over his freaking computer. Anyway. Yeah, I have to agree. I liked season 2. I liked episode 2 a lot. I thought it was a great introduction to Kenny, a character that I was like, why? Like, why do we have to go back? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But I really liked Kenny. I thought he was very cool. Him dancing on the way to school was cool, because if you ever saw an 8th grade Alex, he was usually dancing on his way to school too. So, and then I loved Anthony too, because Anthony before, like, he was hardly around, you know what I mean? He was just like there sometimes, you know, but seeing him now becoming more important and becoming a bully in and of itself, like knowing how his dad feels about bullies and being bullied himself, it was just such a great, like, flip in the script, you know what I mean? It was so good. I really liked that about
highlights Daniel and Amanda's failed parenting too, but carry on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And then yeah, I like that too, and I like how they set up Kenny and Anthony as the new rivalry, you know, going forward, and it was nice. It was very I wasn't annoyed. It didn't feel like a part where I had to skip through, you know what I mean? I was actually invested in the Kenny and Anthony dynamic, you know what I mean? I thought it was great. I was like, wow, and it was so relatable too with the whole cyberbullying. It was like, that's a nice little turnaround, you know what I mean? I liked it. I thought that was very good. And then what else did I write? I loved the Robbie teaching Miyagi-Do. That was so freaking cool, man. I loved it. I had a feeling they were going to do it, but I loved it because it also shows Robbie's ability to adapt. You know what I mean? He's a very adaptable person. You know what I mean? When it comes to either Miyagi-Do or Cobra Kai, he's just so quick. You know what I mean? He's so quick to get, you know, the lessons from anything, and it plays into what he says at the end, where he's like, it doesn't matter which way you fight as long as it works. And him teaching Miyagi-Do, you know what I mean, was just so refreshing, you know, and it gave another credence as to why they needed Robbie. They needed Robbie in Cobra Kai, and it also made sense too because, you know, besides Daniel and Chosen and the adults, you know, the one person that knows Miyagi-Do well and is really good at it, it's Robbie Keane. I mean, some people will make a stand. Well, Sam does too. It's like Sam does 100%.
No. There's Sam and then there's Robbie. You know?
Yeah.
Sorry, but Robbie is absolutely just miles ahead of Sam because
Robbie's the dude.
Yeah, and
he's found a balance and how to find both styles. And yeah, I didn't forget, but I didn't bloody bring it up about the Robbie stuff. That was one of the coolest things I think we've seen from the young characters is to see, like, screw you and your history with this karate, screw you and your history of this karate. Let's just try and use both.
Basically achieve their character arc before they have.
Yeah. And it brought me season 1 vibes too. You know what I mean? Seeing him being trained by Daniel and seeing him train others. You know what I mean? And I loved it. It brought me back to it. And I found interesting too how Kreese, he wasn't against it. You know, he didn't stop Robbie. He wasn't like, "What are you doing? You're not going to teach this in my class." He let Robbie do it. And I love that because it shows that, you know, Kreese is somewhat willing to adapt as well. Not too much, but he's willing to let someone's other tactics, you know, help. As long as it's embracing the idea of Cobra Kai, he'll accept it. And I thought it also played into the fact that, you know, Kreese does care for Robbie. You know, I thought this season he was just going to be using him, but it feels like he actually cares about Robbie. He doesn't use him or anything like that or manipulate him. He's using him to get to Johnny, but he also actually cares for Robbie.
Well, as we see in like a later episode, that's the only reason he lets Kenny stay. Exactly.
Like he believes that Robbie is not only his champion, but he believes in Robbie. You know what I mean? And I love that. I loved he was willing to let Robbie, you know, take over and become, you know, kind of like a co-sensei. I thought that was great. And also Johnny learning Miyagi-Do, I thought was cool because it's a nice little. It gives him that perspective of what both of his sons are learning. You know what I mean? Like, why are they so into learning Miyagi-Do? And by him learning it, it also gives him not only defense, but it also gives him a perspective of, you know, Miyagi in a way, because he didn't really know Miyagi. You know what I mean? But I think another reason Johnny was so willing to learn Miyagi-Do is because Miyagi-Do is what saved Johnny's life twice from both Daniel and Miyagi, and I think that was very good. And just seeing Johnny train was not only hilarious, but it was just so cool, you know, especially in the first movie, seeing where he was then to now actually learning it. I just love that, and it gave me an idea that, you know, if Miyagi was still alive, I think him and Johnny would have gotten on well. I just get that feeling that they would have been friends, and that's something that really would piss off
Daniel up.
Exactly.
I actually agree. Like,
yeah,
I can imagine like Miyagi just trying to, you know, tell Daniel just to, you know, chill out a little bit with how much, you know, grief he give Johnny with the past, because he really doesn't let go of it. And I understand he's got the trauma on that side, but, you know, Johnny didn't do a Terry Silver to him. But it was quite nice to see that, especially because, you know, like you brought up a brilliant point about like him understanding what his son was learning. You know, it comes full circle in the last episode when he says about, you know, you had a good thing going on with the Russo. You know, further proving he respects Miyagi-Do, which is nice. And with Cobra Kai as well, I mean, not necessarily that Daniel respects it, but obviously we see he really does respect Johnny's approach now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, yeah, for sure. I loved it. I thought that was, it pays off to when he uses it against Silver, you know, and even Silver's impressed. Like, what the? Oh my God, he knows Miyagi-Do now. You know, let's go. You know what I mean?
He's loving that shit. He's like,
so
oh,
let's go. Oh,
yeah,
that's
let's
funny,
go.
yeah.
It's just so awesome seeing, you know, Johnny as how he was in the first movie to Cobra Kai's the only way. It's that's it. And seeing him actually take the time to learn Miyagi-Do, he was more willing to learn another style than even Daniel was. You know, Daniel, he learned Johnny's style, but he wasn't. He was more like so against it. But Johnny, he really, Johnny really took a shine to, Miyagi-Do. I really like that. I really thought that was interesting. And then Amanda, like you guys said, I loved her ability to see the innocence in people. You know what I mean? To first see their heart before their actions and stuff. And I like how Kreese was able to give that perspective on Tori to Amanda. And Amanda, she probably hates Tori the most, but once Kreese gives her that perspective of, hey, not everyone's had a silver spoon in their mouth like your kids have, it gives her that perspective. Oh shit, why is Tori this way? Why is she so, maybe she's not evil by choice. You know what I mean? She's probably evil just by what, the world has presented to her. I loved just Amanda's ability to see the goodness in people like Robbie and, Tori and just stuff like that. And we find out later on that she relates. Yeah. And then we find out she relates to Tori. It's like, what the hell? Like, since when, But it was good. And then the Hail Mary at the end, finding out that Kenny is Sean's freaking brother. Oh my God. I remember me and my brother, we were on the couch, and as soon as this dude showed up, we were like, oh shit. Like, we were just like screamed at like 7:00 on freaking New Year's Eve. It was just
Did your brother say that's my table, homie?
No, he did not. No, he actually punched me in the face first, and then he said it. But it was good. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. But like,
okay,
it was
highlight
good.
Alex right now. This has now become NSPCC line. This is no longer a season 4 stream.
But it was good. I loved it. I love that actor. I don't know what his name is, but
he's brilliant.
Okay.
He's so good.
Yeah. Okay, he's good. I loved that. I thought it was good. At first, I was kind of against it.
Shit.
Yeah, at first I was kind of against it. I was like, you really? But I just loved it. I love how it also continues on season 3 from the point where, like, Sean and Robbie are kind of friends now. I mean, they
have that respect.
Yeah, they're homies now. You know what
respect.
I mean? Yeah, Robbie and Sean now are kind of like how Hawk and Miguel are. Those kind of friends that respect each other.
Yeah, it's like the startup.
Yeah, and then it got me thinking, oh shit, once Sean gets out, like, oh God, like, you know what I mean? Like, everyone better batten down the hatches.
The valley's his, homie.
Yeah, like, oh God, it's gonna get freaking crazy, man. But I thought that was good, and it gave me like an idea, like, well, Miguel, Hawk, and Dimitri, they're their own trio, Sean, Kenny, and Robbie being their own trio. Holy shit! Like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, writers. I see what you're doing.
That would be a badass trio.
It would be
Jacob,
badass.
Did we spoke about the Sean Kenny stuff? I remember, like, when it was literally a year ago now, when that first, like, you guys saw that leak about Robbie going to this someone's house.
Yeah.
And there was this kid, and obviously they then announced Dallas was going to be a part of it. Then we can put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
I honestly thought, like, if Robbie's there, it might have been because he's, like, it could have been, Kenny could have been related to Sean in some way. If he was not brother, maybe relative. I like the way they went about it, though. It wasn't, like, forced. And I thought Robbie was going to see Kenny get bullied. Then he decides to, like, he finds his bag, he sees his bag and he returns it. But instead, it was nice because I think everyone was thinking Robbie was the one that's going to get him in Cobra Kai. It was actually Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
His own brother, which worked really well. And Kenny's in the chat, by the way. This mofo saying ZZZ.
Sorry, what?
RJ.
Sorry, RJ, just got to say, Batman. We're getting exclusives over here, so bring your ass to the UK and you'll get a coffee that has the Batman.
Sorry, shout out to my fellow Atlanta people.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just rubbing it into RJ.
Everyone's just rubbing it in.
He's living in the Matt Reeves universe, not in the reality.
Yeah, you gotta live in the real world, my good friend. Real world. But yeah, no, completely. Like, there's so much that it sets up in episode 2, and it carries over into episode 3 as well. But continuing on with that, because we can sort of leapfrog into episode 3 more with that, because they carry that over. Juliana, what about you for episode 2?
Yeah, this was definitely one of my favorite ones this season. And first of all, I actually loved the opening again. The way the opening shows Kenny playing Dungeon Lord, I thought was really cool because it's something that Eli and Dimitri love. So I thought, okay, next generation nerds, I love how they just keep this whole nerd shit theme kind of going, And I also think, I mean, we'll get into this later, but one of the big things I'd love to see in season 5 is Hawk helping Kenny get out of Cobra Kai. That's one thing I'd love to see. But anyway, so yeah, and I just love how Kenny's just first portrayed as this, super innocent, fun-loving kid, because it just makes it even more heartbreaking how much his personality changes later as a result of being in Cobra Kai. And I thought, making Anthony a bully was interesting. Ever since we saw the first few photos that they released, and I think there was one of Daniel and Anthony sitting on the couch talking. Ever since I saw that, I was really interested to see what they might do with Anthony. And I think making him a bully, but not really a true bully at heart, was an interesting angle, because it just goes to show, like you guys said before, it's all about peer pressure and wanting to be cool and feeling like you have to act a certain way to be appreciated. And I'm glad that that's still a theme in the show, as well as cyberbullying too. And I think as well, like Shamoon said, one of the aspects of this episode that I loved was the new dynamics, especially between Tori and Amanda. It's just something that I completely did not expect. And, given how, now that we know a bit more about Amanda's backstory as well, given how Daniel and Amanda have both grown up, they've had certain struggles, and they've done everything that they can to give their children a much better upbringing than what they had. Mm-hmm. And I think Tori feels this extra layer of sympathy. Amanda feels this extra layer of sympathy for Tori because she hasn't had parents who have been able to give their kids a better chance the way she was able to give her own kids a better chance. So I really, really loved how their dynamic develops as well. And and I loved how Daniel does the chopping up the beer bottle with Johnny as well, because there are some serious...
she's repainting it like, so you don't think it's badass? It's like,
because there are some serious badass elements to Miyagi-Do that I think are very underrated and a lot of people can kind of forget. And I'm glad that it reminds Johnny of how Miyagi saved his life, and then he walks back to the fence and continues to paint the fence. I loved that. I just got really emotional during that scene because I was waiting for kind of a moment in the show for Johnny to really reflect on how Miyagi has helped him and just to develop that respect for Miyagi-Do. And I think it was slightly, I'll say slightly because Johnny and Daniel are both very stuck in their ways, but I think Johnny was a little bit more open, like you guys said, was a little bit more open to Miyagi-Do than Daniel was in embracing Eagle Fang. So that's a hot take, because I don't think there's a lot of people defending Daniel with why he doesn't, but he's too self-righteous, Yeah, he is. It's like definitely
true, but understandably so. When it's all when like his kind of situation like kind of backs up the way why he is that way. Johnny's always been, out of the two of them, Johnny's always been the one that's a bit more open to trying new things. She's
like a smidge,
kind of shoot from the hip kind of guy.
I think it's a bit.
I'm not going to say, he was really open to it in comparison to Daniel, but
no,
yeah,
he was hesitant, but he still gave it a go.
I think Johnny's the type of person who's able to give things a go, but then when something goes wrong, he'll retreat back into what he knows, which is what happened. Whereas Daniel's more like he struggles to just give things a go that are different in the first place.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
because he just trusts what he already knows. Like, he doesn't try and go into like a territory where he's like an absolute.
He's in a comfort zone kind of thing, where it's just
kind of.
It's more of like, I know this works. It's worked for me all my life. What's the point in trying something new? You know?
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. I understand both sides. I think Johnny has had to work more with Daniel and knowing more about him than, you know, Daniel really trying to get to understand him. But they do balance it well throughout the season. But I just feel like it's been more about Johnny trying to appreciate Miyagi-Do because it's always been there. And you're like you said, you know, I love that little flashback you see when Miyagi's like, with the crease. And, you know, it's just, it's funny, but it's very powerful when you think, this guy was saved by Miyagi-Do, so he should have that respect for it.
Yeah. Completely.
And I think just the way that respect kind of culminated in that whole hockey scene, I think that whole scene was my favorite of this episode. Just how Daniel, you know, took all those guys out, and then Johnny comes around the corner and says, "No, be there." I just love that.
It's like I was saying earlier on. What's so great about that is even if Johnny was mocking it, he subversively kind of just he just accepted the teaching in a way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He let Daniel give his style a go and just took a back seat and did exactly what a Miyagi-Do person would do. And that I remember even just like on the night when I first watched it, I just went, like this is really setting up for later on. And I just thought that the show was really going to continue that momentum, just those ups and downs of arguing, but then kind of coming back together. And obviously that didn't happen. But just the way this episode ended with those two, I loved. And another thing as well that I am a little bit unsure of is Chris obviously cares a lot about Tori because he sees a lot of himself in her. But at the same time, I don't know how much of him investing in her is because he needs her to stay focused and get her head on straight to be Cobra Kai's new champion. So I don't really know how much of it is genuine care and how much of it is him using her. I think it's a bit of both because I still think that his own goals take precedence over everything. I mean, look at how he treated Terry Silver.
That's sort of 50-50.
Yeah, that was
towards the end of in the finale. I'd say it's more towards the caring part, but
but
it takes them a while to sort of get there.
But the thing is like with the way he treated his own best friend, I'm thinking, how much does he really care about his student? You know, I feel like he's just got certain limits. Yeah. And another thing, Dallas Young, I thought he was so good as Kenny, especially in this episode. I really felt for him when he was being bullied and he showed up in his cosplay outfit and, you know,
cosplay,
whatever. But, you know, just the way that was done and the way he was just left feeling so afraid. Like I could feel it.
I could relate to that a lot. I was
radiating
like,
off of him. And I loved that so much. So that was really good. And again, Tori and Amanda, a new interesting dynamic, really nice and fresh. And it offered, you know, a new kind of take in Cobra Kai. You know, it's not always going to be the same relationships that go together. And I love that. So that was definitely something new and fresh that I embraced. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And the monologue at the end.
Great points.
Kenny's, it was just, and then the build up to them slowly focusing the camera on Sean. Just that whole ending.
Cinematography there.
That was great. That was perfect, I think.
Absolutely brilliant. Good points raised there. I love it. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When he showed up with this, I started dying.
Mr. Scribblebottoms.
It's the tail.
Could you say he deserves to be bullied wearing that? Nah,
I was like, what? Nah, bro, what are you doing?
That was funny. I do feel bad for him though, man. That's next level bullying by pretending to be the girl he likes. And that's like some, I don't know, man. I feel like
that's from catfish. That's some catfish shit.
What I like about
that is definitely catfish material.
You know, it basically uses where you had like cyberbullying in season 1 and stuff, and it still kind of carries that formula where that's how it is now. It's not to a person's face; it's behind one of these. You know,
that show is wild though. It's so funny, but I feel sorry for a lot of people on there.
But it's just so cowardly. Just today's generation of bullies, they're just, you know, they can't say it to people's faces, so they hide behind these all the time.
Yeah, keyboards.
That's what. Yeah. That's what Johnny says in season 1, where he's like, "What a bunch of pussies." That. Yeah.
And I'm glad that they're still continuing with those themes of bullying, because they're still prevalent. You know, just because Miguel conquered his bullies in season 1 doesn't mean bullying goes away. You know.
Yeah, so it's still there.
Good. It's still there.
It's not like magic,
and it evolves as well. It goes to like different forms where it's like, oh, this is how it is now. You know, it's not necessarily them making, I don't know, posts about you, but them posting stuff about you. Like,
it's a generational thing too.
Yeah, we see it with like even in previous seasons, you know, like Aisha and Yasmin. Although I feel like that is quite exaggerated. I mean, if you really go to that extreme of taking a photo of someone and posting it all over your Insta and everybody looks at the same time, I mean, I think that person ironically would get bullied because they're just being such an embarrassment to themselves. But yeah, you're right. I like the way they highlighted the bullying though. It is very realistic in the sense of there's a lot of cowardice. You know, you can't even. It's not like how it used to be with just straight up confrontation. It's very much like I can be a bully without actually going up to them and doing all that other stuff. It's really like, yeah, I can start it on my phone. It is really pathetic.
Yeah. Yep.
Completely. Absolutely. Brown.
What about you, Brown?
Yeah, what about me?
What about you for episode 2?
I loved episode 2 as well, like I said before. And I have to add some things to the things you said already. And I made some notes now. And I think, I love how they introduced Kenny as well. He was so cute and he was so pure and innocent, and it was heartbreaking to see him failing in the episode, how the other kids treated him and everything. And I absolutely loved that they made LaRusso Jr. a bully. I think
LaRusso Jr.
It was great, and it shows to us that even the good holy LaRussos,
self-righteous,
holy LaRussos,
the holy grail of characters.
Yes,
yeah, you're right.
Can become bullies. So everyone can become a bully. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can remember when I think I was 11 and I was in my new school. It's kind of middle school, I guess. And there was a mean game in the class against a girl. And I was so afraid that if I don't play this game, then I could become the victim of the class. And I remember that I just did, but I felt so uncomfortable about it. And I went home and I cried and I told my mother everything. And she was very, she comforted me, but she also said, Brown, that's not you. You have to stand up for this girl. And so I did it. Yeah. But I can remember how I felt because I was so afraid and I was panicked because it was a new school. It was a new class, new people. And I didn't want to be the victim. So I can remember that. And so I think it's very good that the show is telling us that we all, maybe we are not always bullies, but we can be a bully as well in some situations.
Even if you don't realize it. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Same time.
Yeah, I could bully Jacob and be like, oh, I hate your hair, but, you know, I'm bullying myself. It could just be in the moment. Or you could just be, you know, Brown, you could have just become Bully Maguire and just showed no mercy to anybody and just been like, I missed the part with that's my problem and just start doing all this stuff.
But that's the thing as well, you know, it's when
going up to the students and that.
But I remember, like, even for me in high school, you know, I would go to one of my friends because I was being teased by some of the other girls in the group or being talked about, and I was feeling really uncomfortable. And so I'd go and ask my friend, like, do you know what's happening? Like, I'm getting weird vibes from these guys. And then she'd just say, oh, I don't want to cause any drama. I don't want to get involved. So instead of like actually trying to support me or trying to work it out, it was like, oh, it's not my problem because I don't want to start shit. But then if they come to her with gossip, she'll listen. You know, it's just so, you know, even if it's not like a direct, like you say something mean,
that's
or you
what you call
someone,
it's
you know,
actions as well.
Complete snake.
It's not
Or
actually
inaction.
being there for your friends too.
Yeah, because you can manipulate the dynamic in a group, even if you
definitely
speak up in front of everyone. And this is a thing that is so toxic, and because it's so invisible. And so I really like that they showed us that you know, I think everybody hurts and everybody get hurt in our lives, but I think we have to choose how far we want to go or what we are doing. It's we all have to look at our own behaviors, and we have to take the responsibility for it. And this is the way the little LaRusso has to go now. I think you have to learn this now in this show. And it's hard for me to gather my thoughts and words.
Oh no, we get it.
Yeah, and I think another thing I wanted to say about the self-righteous LaRussos is about why I think it was easier for Johnny to learn or to be open to the Miyagi-Do is that I think Johnny's world is more, or his way of thinking is more like strong and weak, and he always wants to be strong. And I think that Daniel's way of thinking is a lot about good and evil, and I think this is something why he's not that it's not that possible for him to be open to the evil Cobra Kai, because he has a very strong thinking in he don't have nuance, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
There's not a lot of gray in Daniel's world, I think.
And to add on to what you said, Brown, that's a really good point. With Johnny, it's about being strong. It's about doing what he thinks is best. It's not about being good or evil necessarily. And, you know, he's had to adapt. He had to like move his dojo to a park after Chris took over. He had to help Miguel be able to walk again. You know, he's had to overcome these certain obstacles, and in order to do that, he's had to change his routine. And I think I'm echoing.
Alex, is that you again?
No.
He's minding his business.
But yeah, like he had to change, you know, certain things about the way he does things in order to achieve his goals. And so I think it was much more like it was easier for Johnny to, you know, be a bit more flexible and teach at the Miyagi Dojo and therefore learn Miyagi-Do. Whereas Daniel, you know, it's, you know, you teach at Miyagi-Do, this is good, everything else is bad, this is how we do things.
This is the way, this is the only way, there's nothing else.
This is the only way,
You suck.
exactly.
I'm the best, I'm self-righteous.
You know, it's like Mandalore, you know, this is the way. He might as well start saying that.
You see, Daniel, this is not the way. This is why you lost. But,
see, Daniel needs nuance. That's what.
No, not even nuance or context. Just someone to say, Daniel, come here. Just
that's the nuance. That's the nuance. It's in the
Mama LaRusso just go, come here, Daniel. Just nice.
Do you want to hear a wise quote? As a man once said, he said, "Defense takes on many forms, but nuance takes on many forms." So a slap is some nuance.
And
nuance and just a little dash of context, just sprinkle it over.
I'm not gonna lie, but when Brown kept bringing up LaRusso's, I'm kind of low key wishing she just said LaPusso, because with your accent, that'd be freaking hilarious.
What?
If you said LaPusso with your accent, that would be...
your accent?
Yeah.
LaPusso?
I love it. It's so funny. I can imagine you're just analysing Anthony. You're like, I hate that absolute LaPusso.
That
That's
needs to be
that's
more
brilliant.
ass beatings.
I hate Lapuso. Yeah, but
Sound
but
like Arnold then.
but I want to add some more things. I think La, Lapuso. No, I can't stop this thing.
I'm confused, you know.
Whatever. So
Daniel, in Daniel's world, it's always the others are always the aggressors.
yeah. He's never in the wrong for anything.
Oh yeah, that is a great point.
And this
Yeah.
is his
Let's
thing
stick
with
out.
his marriage to Amanda, because Amanda is very nuanced and she
That's why he needed her.
Yeah, he needed the balance.
yes, and
she's
this
so
is
chill.
I really appreciate about her
Gold's wife.
how we see it
Wife
in
into it, right?
interaction with Tori, because like you said before, she was the one that was so angry and she hated Tori so much and she wanted to protect her daughter. But in the moment she was, when she saw Tori and she saw Tori's needs, she was able to reflect herself and she was to go a step back. And this is something that Daniel is
He's not able to do.
not able to do. And I really love that about Amanda's character. And I really love the connection between her and Tori. Yeah.
For sure.
No, I completely agree. If my camera would flipping focus. There we go. No, I completely agree. Good points. Good points. Very good
Great
points.
points.
Because a lot of like the power of the first couple of episodes is it's continuous. Like up until I'd say episode 4, that's when things start to change. But we can sort of use this to sort of transition. I should have done this from the beginning, just to like choose it, like, you know, so that way when you want to find what part of what episode we're talking about, it's just easier to just find it. But we can use this to lead straight into episode 3, because it does carry into episode 3 as well, where everything starts out like fine and dandy, where it's like 2 heads, I bet, and then you've got the training of them. I was like, oh, fucking more. I'm
Yeah,
like, yes.
that was a great montage.
Yeah,
Pick
that
up,
was excellent.
pick up. And then I'm like, no. But I mean,
No.
Speaking of Lapusso, I mean, Johnny's little moment there, he's like, what'd you do? Switch over to Whopper Juniors?
That was so
Oh,
funny.
Dipshit.
That
Still,
was great.
still a piece of
Still a dick.
And then like you have like not long after Kreese has come back to Silver, where Silver's like putting the heat gun on his food, and he's all having
that
flashbacks
is
to the Vietnam
oh.
stuff. Oh, so good.
Suck.
And then they do this thing where ever since Daniel's entrance in the first Karate Kid movie into the dojo, where you hear "Ites here," and then Kenny's walking in, and then he's like, you know, I'm Mr. Payne, whatever. And it's like Robbie's like, I don't know who this is, and then we get Kyla's bitch ass, you know, bragging, doing stupid rubbish again. But then you see
I
like,
can't wait for the meat.
I ship him with Pennywise.
Don't bring up that. I don't like that clown. I don't like that clown at all. But you can Pennywise, that dude. So apparently we ship Pennywise with Kyla for some. I wouldn't.
Me or me?
Wait, Giuliani, you made some weird sort of duo.
You.
I remember this.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah,
that's
how much I hate Kyla.
100% you. That's all you.
You hate Kyla. He's like one of the funniest people in the show.
I wouldn't even put that evil on Kyla. Pennywise is like another level. Like
I can't take him seriously. I think that's why I can't hate him. But if you strongly hate him, then there must be a Kyla in real life that you must hate.
Yes, there is. Freaking obnoxious, annoying people.
Okay, Jacob, I think this is where you leave, mate. No,
I was about to say, I was like, who is she talking about?
me, is it?
It's just look.
Nah, you're not annoying, Jacob.
No. It's just his way of like. I can't even explain it. It's
let me put it this way. Let me help you. You want him to just get an ass whipping.
Yes, he needs to just.
You said he just.
Back to the point before I was cut off. Right, but damn, what was that? So we have that moment where Robbie seems to like take the hell, take sympathy with Kenny, and that's the start of their bond, which I think is probably one of the strongest elements of this season. Then you've got like them splitting the dojos again, but this time Johnny's taken the Miyagi-Do students, and then Daniel's taken the Eagle Fang ones. And I love Daniel's approach here, where you see hints of him being open to another style, where he says, oh, you get to lead class all week or whatever. You also get to pick out the next flavor Gatorade I buy next. They're like, oh hell yeah! Like, so he knows. Like, it's the little moments where he's thinking, oh, okay, maybe he can start adapting. Then Miguel falls in, and you got Sam like doing the jump across roof, but not cares about. Then you've got like Kenny storming off out the dojo after Kyler does his like, bye bitch,
why you little bit.
And then it's in that moment Robbie sort of internalizes it, where it's almost like he takes pity on him, not just necessarily because of the bond that was formed between him and Sean and Juvie, but because I think he sees a lot of not just himself, but someone he can help. And later on in the season, he says, the mentor I wish I had when I was younger, where he could take this kid under his wing and he can really help him, which gives him the perspective later on that he screwed up. So it gives him the perspective of Johnny, Daniel, and whoever. Then you get Sam being accepting of Johnny's style, where Johnny's like, if I did everything my parents told me to do, I'd be pushing pencils and wearing a suit and running out the clock. And it's that kind of approach which allows her to start embracing another side as well. So it'd be interesting to see where that goes for season 5. But this is the start of where Kreese's manipulation can start to come in, where Silver walks into the dojo, and you can tell, like, the minute Silver says, why couldn't you just let sleeping dogs lie? It's like a moment where he's like, you could have just picked anyone else. You could have just left me be, but you said that, and you dug up the past and brought it all back to the forefront. And it's almost like Kreese was almost on the verge of tears when Silver basically buggered off. So in his own sick, twisted way, I think Kreese really thinks that he's being a good friend. And then obviously you see later on that he's not.
Yeah.
And you kind of transition from that into a moment where Robbie hands Kenny the backpack.
It's a little bit of a Palpatine move from
it's
Kreese.
just even like Silver, like by and large, has that Palpatine presence. Kreese still knows exactly what to say or do to pluck at the strings of whoever he's talking to. He knows how to get in under your skin and just plant the seeds of doubt and just pull the carpet from underneath you to make it feel like it was your idea. Kreese, you had everything you had coming to you, little bastard. Then you get to like Robbie and Kenny when he hands him the backpack, and it's a moment where I think it's one of my favorite scenes in the whole season, where it's just a conversation, and it cements why we watch the show. Like, the fights are cool, they're great, she doesn't love you, she loves me, and all that kind of malarkey. But all that stuff. But what really keeps us coming back is these quotes. Is the characters, where it's I couldn't resist. What
about Robbie's awful
don't
Lord
mention it.
Farquaad hair? We got to talk
mention
about that at some point.
I like the
curtains. I like the McDonald's logo.
I kind of felt like that actually with my long hair, low key.
Every time he fought, it was just like.
I love the school
Jacob,
fight.
you got to
time,
do
right
it. You
before
said
he
you do
throws
the.
a punch, like puts his hands to his hair.
Oh, I think I want to do my hair, and then
Just imagine if Robbie kept growing his hair. Oh God, it would have gone like.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
I'm glad you got that trim.
But you have like moments where like Robbie and Kenny are training together, where it's just a moment where he's like, I'll just teach you a lesson, just a quick lesson. And I think it just sort of builds that foundation for something more to continue between them both. Then you get bonding time between Miguel and Daniel. Like, that's what's great about the season, is the new dynamics that we get.
Yeah.
Where you've got Johnny and Sam, Daniel and Miguel, Robbie and Kenny. Then you got
Jacob and Shamoon,
Amanda and Tori, Jacob and Shamoon.
Oh shit! That's season 6 spoilers.
Spoiler territory there. NDAs, man. I don't want to get sniped by like.
I better go. I just ruined something.
I mean, geez, because if acting, then you get the flashback of young Silver and Kreese, where they get the tattoos, and I love seeing those guys again. I do hope
they're great actors,
guys, because they
I love
look
Thomas,
the part, but they're perfect. And then the whole flashback.
Young Thomas.
Silver is like tying up his ponytail, and the score's building to the crescendo. It just goosebumps. But then you get to a moment where Johnny's like, I'm going to take my own lessons to heart. I'm going to go and sort it out with Carmen, because let's just cut the wishy-washy crap out. I don't need any more of this. Will they, won't they, will they? Just
do it.
Just do it.
do it.
Did they not listen to Nike? Like, come on.
Just do it.
No, Charlotte both, sorry.
That's it. And then
even more important.
You know, Kyler doing his malarkey again, and then Kenny does the best that he just runs up and just clobbers the dude right in the face. That's my boy. Good job, RJ, by the way. And then
he was showing his Batman punch there.
Because it's almost like before Kenny gets accepted, like Kreese sort of hesitates. He looks at Robbie and he looks back and he's like, take your spot. It's almost like he's hesitant to give it to him because he knows like the weakness kind of aspect. But it's in that 50-50 that you mentioned earlier, Julian.
Sorry, just the chat.
Does he care? Does he really not? Jesus Christ.
What RJ said.
She doesn't love me, she loves me. Perfect flipping time. Perfect.
It's a funny joke from something me and Jacob.
Something, yeah. Then you've got something, and then you got the Miguel catching the fish and taking in the Miyagi-Do teachings. There's so much in episode 3 where it's just like, oh my god, we're building and building and building and building and building. Oh my god, it's getting better and better and better. And then episode 4. But before we get into that, Shamoon. I rambled on for a good 5 minutes of she doesn't love me.
And that's cool. I mean, I pretty much am in agreement with what you guys are saying about episode 3 because the montage was great. The Silver stuff was great because, you know, this is when we finally see Silver's, you know, that inner conflict, you know, to see it in a different way, not this guy's a cry kid, free Silver, and just to see him easily go back. Like, he's actually really in conflict, and then obviously seeing the ponytail moment. I mean, that was huge. I mean, every time I tied my hair, I thought, yeah, am I becoming a villain? Am I going back to old ways? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, Jacob's still a villain.
Like, Comic-Con, be ready, I'm coming back.
I mean, no, but like for real, that scene was really great, and I loved the flashback. Yeah, it was very really nice to see those two again. But I think the important thing is the way they've you know, this is a show, so the way they deal with arcs is different than in films. They've done it so well with transitioning each episode, how Silver's like coming to a conclusion with who he really is. And you know, it grows and evolves from that. And yeah, the Johnny Daniel stuff was funny. But yeah, I pretty much agree with what you guys are saying. So like, yeah, I'm pretty good for that episode. Yeah.
Badass. You see, Robbie and Miguel team up. It works.
we're actually the what if they've teamed up from day one kind of thing. So like, you know, people got to follow. I'm Team
Miguel. I'm Team Robbie. Shut up.
Get out of all that. Just your team McRobbie or Rigel or something.
I really hope that stream that we did on your channel, and thanks for bringing me on over there. It's just I really hope that people get out of this. You know, oh, I stand this. It's like just shut up.
Same with the Santori stuff. It's like stop being like just so placid and being like Sam is the go, Tori's the go. Just choose just nuance. That's all you need to do. You don't need to bicker about each other's side. This isn't World War, you know. We're not sitting at tables talking with generals. Yeah, like the Robbie Miguel stuff's very simple when you lay the foundations out and
when you lay the foundation and you just explain it and have a conversation about it. That's
and
all
the
it
fact
requires.
And the fact that there is actually a real war happening at the moment, you know, this is a time when all of us really need to respect each other and appreciate each other and not pick on each other just because of an opinion, because there's people out there who are suffering so much more than we are, and we need to do everything we can to try and support them.
That's a great reality check, actually, Juliana, because some people get too invested.
Like, it's meant to be fun. It's meant to be an escape. It's not meant to be, I live and die by this. It's like, no, there's a real world.
At the end of the day, it's a show. Like, if you can't be nuanced on, you know, looking at perspectives and looking at the bigger picture, then don't be a fan, because you're here to be toxic and you're here to be an absolute melt.
Just somewhere else. You know,
that's not what pop culture is about. You know, pop culture is supposed to be fun.
It's meant to be fun.
enjoyment, not
going on out there.
You're here to argue about it, like
And
I'm not gonna sit with you guys and just be like, oh, you're okay, here's why you're wrong, and screw you.
Yeah, Alex, why are you wearing you're not a DC fan, why are you wearing a Marvel hat? It's like that.
Yeah, why are you wearing that beanie? Is it Norman Osborn curls or waves? Like
the drip waves on the night.
I'm not gonna lie, if you do have the waves, I will be impressed.
The Norman Osborn drip waves.
But I think in this toxic fandom, see how the human nature is and what we have for
context and nuance.
Yeah, RJ.
Yeah, RJ.
He is the one.
We have a luxury right now to be able to enjoy pop culture and to sit in the comfort of our homes and enjoy the cinema, the films, TV. Other people right now, their homes are being destroyed. Their families are being destroyed.
Yeah, that is horrible.
We
count your blessings.
Exactly. We're able to enjoy this. So I think we really need to just be a community. Disagree, but don't be mean.
Well, yeah, you can disagree. Just don't be a dick.
Yeah, disagree and just try and
that's normal. You can disagree.
Try and be constructive with
And this is another thing. Like, don't do it just to be an edgelord. Where it's literally, you know what I'm saying? Where it's just to be. Whenever I don't talk politics because I don't fucking care about it. It's just I'm team A or B. It's like I'm team Jacob because I don't care about none of you lot. It's a circus. But essentially, it gets to a point where sometimes, whenever, for example, like when we say Robbie and Miguel team up, there'll be someone that completely misses the point of like, what about Robbie and Eli? It's like, well, that's a separate. There's always someone there that just has to be on the opposite side of the fence just to go, oh, I'm being an edgelord.
You could be talking about Anthony and someone's like, oh, what about Yaya though?
It's like, well, it's completely irrelevant.
Like, wait, we're not talking about although Yaya is the undisputed goat. Her
about
Pepto.
Giraffes and elephants, and you go and bring up Kiwi. Like, what? There's no correlation there. Like, there's people that will literally just do it just to sit there and be on the opposite side of the fence, just to, like a potions class with Severus Snape. Like, it's literally all it is. It's just to sit there, douse the flames, and just go, ooh, I can be controversial. Like, I think
just to say one more thing to add to that. And we can obviously talk about the next episode. Like, I think it's so important that everybody, like, when they look at things like Cobra Kai, like, don't get invested to the point where I don't know how many years you're saying, but I mean, I appreciate that. But yeah, it's just don't be so invested into one side in the show. That's what if Cobra Kai has taught you anything, it's about perspective.
Watch the damn show.
If you watch the show and you're a fan, you should understand with this thing up here you call the brain
and 2 eyes.
You always look eye. You should understand perspectives. And just how they try and bring that together. Remember, it's not black and white show. Always look eye, Alex.
I'm always looking.
With context. That's with context.
And remember, not only what you see with your own eyes, internalize it. What can you see beyond what you see? It's just, use your this.
And also actively listen to.
Yeah.
Don't just, let words go in and out of your ears, soak it in.
No. Oh,
that's very important.
And you don't have to agree. You're right. You don't have to agree. Just it's agree to disagree. No, just disagree. That's just humans. But at least hear what's being said by the other person. Like, there could be a genuine reason, but your bias is so in the way of it. You're not. It's just over the top. It's like, no, don't want to hear it. It's like, but they might actually have a good point. No, I don't want to hear it. It's like, well, they might have a good point. No, I don't want to hear it.
What does that link back to? Daniel and his self-righteous.
I was just about to say
that's how we bring it full circle in this.
You're not being a Daniel hater, because I love Daniel. It's just
I love Daniel. It's just
a focus,
Yes, but I'm a LaRusso hater.
You're a LaRusso hater. And we did it again. Same time.
Oh shit!
Well, no, it's true. There's just so much like crap going on in the world. Like, to be able to just sit here and chill and just talk about good stuff like this, that is thought-provoking stuff we can learn from, stuff that, we can just enjoy and have conversations with. while in other places they would love nothing more than to do such things. Count your blessings. Family.
Anyway, Alex,
Back together again.
who were we up to with the episode?
Fucking Cheryl, man.
Alex, were we up to you?
Yeah.
We're up to you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, this chair. What are we episode 3?
Today it's the chair.
3.
Today's the
Last
chair.
week was curtain.
If you fell out of the chair, I would have started laughing.
God damn it! I almost fell out of my chair. I was like, oh shit. I have like 2 pages on episode 3, so I'll go quick as fast as I can.
Go full throttle, my God.
No, I want to hear all of
all
this.
right.
Gives me a minute to.
So to start off, episode 3 is so good because it's where Johnny and Daniel work together the most. I feel like episode 3 was the one where like they didn't bicker as much, and they were so equipped to their styles. Like, okay, you train them, I'll train them, and then we'll get together at dinner. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. I thought was, good. And I loved Johnny mocking the crane kick. I thought that was so freaking funny. I loved that. I was like, oh my God, like he's like making light of that. I thought that was great. And then I also, yeah, it's like, hey, yeah, I did lose to you, but come on, you did this. Like, come on, I love that. And then what I love about episode 3 also was not only the training, but also it showed that students, as of right now, the students are where they're supposed to be, where they've always meant to be. You know what I mean? Like Miguel and Hawk, with their bullying situation, they were always meant to be more Miyagi-Do, the ones that were being bullied. And like people like Robbie, you know what I mean? He was always more meant for Cobra Kai. You know what I mean? I love that episode 3, like everyone is in the dojos they're naturally meant to be regarding either their living or life situations or the decisions they've made. I loved that. I thought that was
and Sam with Johnny
good
as well.
Oh, I'll bring that. I love that part. And then Silver having PTSD, I thought was so interesting because it ties it more into reality. You know what I mean? Like nobody can just brush something off of like that. Just be like, I'm a total badass now because I was in the war. Like, people get broken from that. You know what I mean? Like Silver, the fact that Silver is such a broken man from that war, and sure, he's made all this money and stuff like that, but to have that in the back of his mind constantly, and for Kreese to use that against him is not only evil, but it humanizes Silver also, where you could totally see why this guy is the way he is. It's very sad. And then I love the Miguel and Daniel bond. I've always wanted to see them interact with each other, and just them interacting, and and them interacting. It wasn't malicious, you know what I mean? It wasn't Daniel being like, "Hey, I got your student,"
It's like, "Ooh, I got your student."
Yeah, it's like they actually bonded. You know what I mean? They actually like, they actually just really just kind of clicked, and it was so cool, and they're so relatable. You know what I mean? It was so.
It's because they consulted the Nuance brothers.
Exactly. Yeah. It was great. I loved that.
That's not me and Jacob, by the way. It's some other two.
Yeah, we need to find some more words to replace Nuance for a bit.
But yeah, I just love seeing them like train together and Miguel catching on to Miyagi-Do. I thought that was really I thought that was cool. And then let's see. My favorite part of this episode, however, was the Johnny and Sam bond. I thought that was awesome. I thought that was such a good like tactic. You know what I mean? I thought that was such a good different bond to the show. I loved that. Johnny's like the first person to really call Sam out on her bullshit. Not even her father can do that. Johnny finally was like, "You're,
Hey! Woo! Hey! What?
Dude, was that like a demon?
God damn, that was a.
My freaking AirPod died. God damn it. Sorry, my AirPod died. Sorry. Jesus. Where was I going? Crap.
It's always you, Alex. Roughly.
It's always me, dude. Every time. God. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Shit.
We're talking about the... Was it Daniel and... Wait, no, John.
Right. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Damn it. Okay.
I was listening.
Yeah, the Johnny and Sam bond I thought was great. Johnny finally calling her out on her bullshit. Be like, you've done, you're just some, rich girl who never takes responsibility for her actions, and And you know, what I mean, I loved how, and I love how everything that Robbie said to, I should charge them. Yeah, you're right, King. Everything that Robbie said to Sam, where he was like, my dad's just a drunk and he chose to be a drunk. You know what I mean? I love how she says the exact same thing to Johnny, and Johnny's like, I get that, but I'm trying and I'm doing what I love every day. Yeah, that too. Yeah.
That's just the Sam privilege coming out again.
Yeah, it was fine. I love how John ability to poke people and be like, you are not special. You are flesh and blood just like me. Yeah, we all have our problems, but I'm here every day doing what I love.
Do you know what's interesting? It actually helped Sam. She actually ended up doing the task. So I think that was like she needed to just like she's very similar to her dad. You give her the fire, she could then prove yourself. Prove those people wrong, for example, or show them you can do it. And she's got that fiery side like Daniel does. Like with him showing offense now, he's still got that anger in him, that fiery side. So like, yeah.
I love that. I thought that was. What else did I have? Robbie teaching Kenny, I thought was cool too. You know what I mean? I thought that it just displayed more of that like innocent side, to Kenny, where Robbie sees something in Kenny. Kenny represents Robbie's heart. You know what I mean? He represents Robbie's Miyagi-Do heart. Where Robbie's not doing the best things right now, but
I'm so confused what's going on.
Yeah, why is everyone laughing? I don't get that.
No.
Oh, right.
Okay, anyway.
I'm sorry, Alex.
Sorry, Alex.
No, you're good.
Honestly, great point. Robbie and Kenny's relationship. I love it.
I love how it echoed Daniel and Robbie. In season 1, the whole training thing that they did.
Yes.
And, Robbie's now passing it on to Kenny, and as soon as he looks on that phone and sees what's happening to Kenny, he's like, I could teach you some moves, you know what I mean? And it harkens back to when Robbie would see Dimitri get bullied, and he would immediately step in, just be like, I gotta protect this
Still
person
got that
right
same
now.
kind of intuition.
I love that. And then one thing, I brought this up last stream, it was cool seeing, but it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. As cool as it is, Daniel giving
I don't like
Miguel the headband, I didn't like because
I didn't feel
like it was deserved. You know what I mean? Like, I've caught fish before. I didn't get a headband. You know what I mean?
No, I remember what you said, Alex, the last time. You're like, so your own daughter, the heir to the legacy, does all of these things.
I've never seen her wear it.
Robbie does all of these things, and Anthony, Miguel, as much as we love him, Team Miggy, missing the point again, people, catches a fish.
I mean, he looked really good. Not gonna lie.
He looked cool, but it was just so. It didn't feel earned.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
What the hell?
So got it.
It's like man
awesome.
Man who can catch fish can do everything.
Yeah, all of a sudden you caught a fish. Well, there you go. It's like, okay,
that's it.
Unless he tackles a freaking bear, then give him the headband or something like that. But like, I didn't think it was deserved. I really didn't. I thought anyone who deserved that headband. Yeah. Anyone who deserved that headband more should have been Sam, Robbie, or hell, even Dimitri, for Christ's sake. You know what I mean?
Actually, Dimitri would suit that a lot.
Exactly. I just didn't feel like it was. I didn't feel like it was earned. I would have preferred if Daniel gave Miguel maybe the drum. You know what I mean? The drum that he has, gives that to Miguel or something like that. Like,
I totally agree with that. I personally think the whole thing with that moment with Miguel, I just thought they were just trying to make it a divide again between Johnny and Daniel.
Yeah, but that's all it was. It was done for no other reason than just.
I was about to say that, Juliana.
Just to literally start shit again. That's
like, why did Johnny immediately assume, Daniel's doing the worst thing? They're teaming up at this point. Surely he should be like, I'm gonna go up to him and talk to him, because the last 4 seasons I haven't done that. So why not just learn from my mistakes?
One of them things where, when Miguel's wearing it, maybe the reason they had Johnny react like that is because that's how we as the audience react. We're like, what the hell? What are you doing? But it doesn't. This is the part in the season where I'm like, no, don't do this. And it's just like
turn into Steve Carell.
No, and it's just like no. like Daniel Bryan. But it's just like it gets to a point. I'm like, oh no, they're gonna do so. Oh, they're gonna split them up. Oh,
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it doesn't
oh.
felt organic, because
It
was
felt
not-
shoehorned in. Like they're telling us this, and I don't believe them. Like you done a.
I
project.
don't believe you. Yeah.
Actually believe. I don't believe it. I don't believe you. At all.
On the other hand, it was they tried too hard to give a kind of nostalgic feeling, like Miguel is the new Karate Kid.
That should have been a moment that they built up.
Karate
It could.
Kid,
That's a good point as well.
Honestly,
now, but
Could
it
be
was
cementing
Yeah.
that.
past
He
and in the wrong moment.
They should have built up to it more because.
But honestly,
They
by the
Yeah.
end of the season, even Eli deserved it more. You know,
Yeah.
he actually had a transition, and he built.
It
No,
felt like-
there was a build up. Like even he deserved it more.
Like it felt like a moment
Yeah, I'm
which
surprised.
should have been built up, but it felt like it was
Mhm.
done for no other reason than to. And I love the show to death, but you know, it felt like it was done for no other reason than just to drama.
And Johnny's face at the end, I'm like, oh no, here we go.
Oh yeah, no, his reaction.
Here
He
comes
was
the man babies.
Like Johnny should at this point be like, "Nice headband. The Cobra Kai one's better." That's what it should
Yeah.
have been. But it's like
As cool as it was, I didn't get it. It was just like, what the I don't want to curse, but I was like, what the hell?
Could you say? Could we insert the Deadpool meme and just say, "Now that's just lazy writing"? Or,
yeah, and this is where the benefit
Yeah.
is. If you're gonna still like, let's just say, for example, let's just use the example I always use. You know, okay, Jacob, we know you want this to happen. You know, too bad. That's what we're going with. You don't get a say. All right, okay, fine. I don't get a say. I don't get an opinion. They're gonna split them up anyway. This is where an extra episode or two might have allowed us to buy it more.
yeah.
But it felt like as soon as this happened, it was like just okay. This is it now. Now we've got to split them up. It's like, well,
Mhm.
no,
Yeah.
like everything was peaches before that. It was like we were going in the right direction. Like, what the hell happened? Like,
Because
you 180 round into a bloody corner. Like, what?
honestly though, Miguel, like the type of person that he is, he's so suited to Miyagi-Do. And I could really see him with the headband. He looks great. I felt like he really belongs there, but it just happened at a really weird time.
It was so
when
bizarre.
so many other
Ah, left field.
characters I felt like deserved it more than him, and it shouldn't be that way.
It was so
They should've
frustrating
saved
too
it for next
because
season.
yeah, it was so frustrating because it just gave it honestly just gave Robbie another reason to hate Daniel. You know what I mean? It was just so like it was so bizarre. It would be like as if Johnny gave his jacket to Robbie the day when he took him to school. It's like, here's my jacket, you know, the Cobra Kai jacket he has. You'd be like, what the fuck? Like,
I mean,
where is that coming from? He should have gave him anything else. It was weird.
maybe it was just the prize for winning like the fish challenge, but I think something as sacred as the Miyagi-Do headband probably should not have been the prize for that.
It felt like a throwaway scene in what should have been something that I would have preferred to have seen been built up. Like, you know, this is just the start of his Miyagi-Do journey, but maybe into season like 5 or potentially 6 because of what's going on in season 5. That
Yeah,
maybe
now
you
he's in
see,
Mexico.
like, don't worry, Miguel. We're gonna sort shit out. Don't worry, Kenny. I'm coming for you as well. We're getting you the fuck out of Dodge. So
can you imagine saying,
you know,
"Kenny, I'm coming for you, bitch"?
we got to Silver, like that's my student, homie.
RJ, I'm coming for you.
If you got your headphones in, RJ.
But,
you know, it
yeah,
felt
I'm just gonna
it
be
was
like,
done- It's like, god damn. It felt like it was done for no other reason than just to drum up some mid-season drama. And you know, as much as I do love this show, I just wish that. And this is one of the things with season 3's ending is it doesn't hit as different for me now, knowing that they just split up within 3-4 episodes. I'm like, I needed more. I needed more of it. And like it served the story. I just think the execution could have been done better. Like something is like with the headband. That's like a special moment. That's like Thor giving Mjolnir to someone. Like it's like
Like
Anakin's
Cap.
lightsaber being passed to someone, or Cap's shield. Like it's a moment where
or giving nuance to someone that isn't nuanced.
yeah, absolutely. We keep overusing that word.
Here you go.
Hell of a lot.
Here's your nuance.
Here's your nuance and here's
your
attach
context.
Yeah, here's your
Take
context.
that context and slap it on your head.
Yeah, just right there. but it gets to a point where it's just like you should have saved that, I think, for later, where it gets to like season 6 and the final battle's commencing, and then Miguel gets it. I'm like, oh, now that is awesome. But
you know what would have been a better moment is at the end of the episode where right before he fights Hawk and he talks to Daniel. That would have been a perfect moment for the headband. Be like, here, I saw you using Miyagi-Do for your own purpose. I know what you've been through. Here, it would have felt more earned, but because he caught a fish, I was just like, well, then if he could catch a fish and get a headband, I could catch a fish. Then holy shit, I must be.
Get me in there. I'll catch 3 fish, but get me in there.
It would have been interesting if you gave it to Eli after winning. Cementing like you're my champion, and the arc he's gone through. And I just remember they didn't ever address the whole medal stuff with Hawk and Daniel.
Yeah.
Still, though, I think if anyone does deserve the headband, it's definitely Sam or Robbie.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure, because they've trained.
Do you think with Sam, they just want Sam to feel more like it's Sam, not the daughter of Daniel LaRusso? They really want her to be herself, like as in.
Yeah.
Well,
I think they want her to be herself. Yeah.
And that's why I really like how they're having her embrace Evil Fang.
Well, this is where I think that
she'll be wearing an Eagle Fang headband.
It is that Sam has such a tendency to be like a striking first kind of individual. I think Anthony is more in line for like the classic Miyagi-Do legacy because he needs that kid needs not just an arse beating.
He needs the chosen
style
of teaching.
It seems like he doesn't actually really like confrontation that much. I feel like he only wanted to be there because of his friends and that peer pressure. It seemed to me like he actually doesn't even like conflict.
No, it's not.
So,
maybe deep down he knows how it went for Daniel, but he thinks what he's doing is going to avoid that. But ironically, it doesn't. He just creates more problems.
So I think you guys might be right. Maybe he is a bit more classic. He might be a bit more classic.
He needs that classic discipline to just beat. And again with the wishy-washy. Like I saw somebody was like, oh, maybe he's taking out the trash. Like it's a later episode, but taking out the trash is like, oh, maybe he's no. Let's just come on, like just sort that kid out for Christ's sake. But
Darius, that's a good point.
Carrying on with what you were saying, Alex.
No, it's just it just hit me the wrong. It just totally hit me the wrong way, and he doesn't even know the history behind it. Like in season 2, Robbie was studying Okinawan culture.
Yes, that's put there for a reason.
He was so like season 2, Robbie was straight up just Miyagi-Do. You know what I mean? And for him not to even be offered the headband or the drum or anything, it was just like it was so bizarre. I mean, he doesn't need the headband, but if you're gonna give it to someone, it better be either Robbie, Sam, or Dimitri.
Or have Miguel earn it.
Yeah, have him like. Oh God,
because I love Miguel, but it just I want it to be a special.
Do you think
Robbie was the one that brought? Sorry.
He brought Daniel back into it. Yeah.
Robbie was the one as well. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
What are you gonna say?
With the headband stuff, do you not think they just we might be thinking too deeply? What if it's just because he won the task? So yeah, you get Miyagi-Do headband.
I genuinely believe this particular instance is they just did it to just to spark up the drama. Like that's
yeah.
But for this particular one,
that's quite a straightforward thing.
Yeah, like it's probably not any deeper than that, but it's probably just more of them saying, okay, the way we've designed this season, we've got to split them up. How can we do it like in this way?
It would be funny if we saw like Miguel still wearing it after, and then Johnny just grabs it and like.
I mean, he's got it now. He may as well flex it. You know, he's got
unless
it now.
He creates like a hybrid headband of Eagle Fang and Miyagi.
I mean, he's got it now, so he may as well just keep wearing it.
Yeah, I mean, he can always get the chosen one headband. If you got any. Or you could get one from Alex. I'm sure Alex has some headbands.
Oh yeah, I lost my bloody. I don't know where my headband is. I feel naked without it this stream. It was somewhere in my.
Do you know what Jacob did today? The most appalling thing he did. He forgot his Miyagi headband. Ironically, we've been talking about it.
Can't find it.
Still
this motherfucker, forgot his headband. The one
forgot
thing.
my headband. I got my Dominic Toretto cross.
On that note, what did you think, Juliana, about the episode?
I loved the opening, and I loved how they had 2 heads are better than one. I thought that, and the way that they exchanged food as well was just so in character. It was so perfect. I just loved that. This is how I really imagined Johnny and Daniel working together. and, you know, sharing their differences with each other. I thought that was great. It was also interesting to see a different side of Miguel, one that wasn't actually focused on karate, because in season 3, it was very much about getting back up, being able to do karate again. And, you know, as he says, showing the bullies of the world that we're not afraid, you know,
I love that.
fighting for the tournament, you know. But in this season, it felt like he was kind of thinking beyond that, more towards his future. And, you know, is he good enough as a person, as a boyfriend, you know, as a son?
And daddy.
Yeah, and I think, like with Robbie in season 1, how when he already told, you know, Kreese, I don't care about a trophy, and Kreese was saying, you know, this is more about, you know, what's going to follow you for the rest of your life, who you become. I think in this episode 3, with Miguel, you really see that his arc is also going to be beyond the trophy as well. So I liked that. I definitely liked that a lot. And that, I think when you go back and watch it, that already kind of gives you an inkling that it might not be Miguel or Robbie that actually wins. You can see that they're fighting for a lot more than that. I mean, it still could happen. But yeah, so just when you go back and rewatch it, it's just something that I've noticed. And I like that. I definitely like that. Another thing as well is Hawk and Miguel's friendship. I feel like that was pushed a lot to the side later on. But there's one redeeming moment in this episode where Hawk calls Miguel El Serpiente again. And, you know, he encourages him before they do the fish challenge. And I just really like that because, you know, Hawk really looks up to Miguel. And ever since season 1, their bond as karate buddies has just been so strong. So I felt like even though they didn't have as many moments this season, which I think was a missed opportunity, especially after Eli got his head shaved. But we'll get into that later.
A good point, yeah.
You know, I just really feel like this moment was just, you know, a good reminder that, you know, they're good now. They're on the same page, especially after they weren't friends for a little bit in season 3, which I liked. Gave it that closure. And yeah, I mean, if you ignore the unrealistic aspects of Sam's jump, I did really like that whole scene with Sam and Johnny and, you know, just her kind of stepping out of her comfort zone and thinking about, you know, who she really wants to be. And it starts to put her on this independent journey, which I really like. As Sam, not as Daniel's daughter, not as whoever's boyfriend, just as Sam. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I loved Kenny and Robbie, and I loved how, you know, Kenny's a student that demonstrates that it's sometimes not all about brute strength. Sometimes it's about agility, how fast you are, you know, how observant you are, how calculative you are. And that all goes into your fighting. So it's nice to see different types of fighters, and it's nice to see how Kenny can fit into Cobra Kai because, you know, I originally thought when we saw the trailer, how is this kid going to fit into Cobra Kai when Kreese is only looking for natural born fighters? And so I think linking Kenny and Robbie through Sean was a great way of doing it because then Robbie would come more towards Kenny's defense. And I liked how Cobra Kai isn't just about brute strength. It's about fighting smart and it's about being fast. And I'm glad that Kreese and Silver acknowledge that. Yeah. So that was definitely something I liked.
Yeah. To go off of what you just said about the whole Kenny thing too, when he was talking to Robbie, and I think he said something like, you know, where Robbie's like, you know, when's Sean getting out? And he's like, by the end of summer, or it was like, I was like, was that a little tease? Like, are they trying to?
Yeah. I definitely was.
Of course he is.
Because I was like, oh shit, like, you know what I mean? Because season 5 will ideally be set in the summertime.
Yeah,
you know, yeah. So I was like, oh shit, maybe, you know, maybe they're setting up.
Maybe that's exactly when it takes place. A month from that moment. They
exactly. Yeah,
that would be interesting.
And I love
Cruel
their
Summer 2.0
too. Yeah.
Oh dear. No. Miguel's gonna become
No, not Cruel Summer, Badass Summer. That's what that is. It's
Revenge Summer.
In Mexico is what it is.
He's gonna go out there and it's gonna be like Empire Strikes Back or, you know, with the whole dad situation.
We're out of that Empire. We're going into Return of the Jedi.
Return of the Jedi. That's what I meant.
This is what this is like. Robbie and Miguel.
Miguel, I don't give a shit, Dad.
Miguel, I am your brother.
Oh god.
I'm actually Johnny's brother. Wait, so that would just like, and then Miguel gives the Nick Young meme. Like what?
That'd be so disturbing.
He's just like, what? And then to Russell Westbrook. What are you talking about?
But no, good point, Juliana. Very good point.
Yeah.
Good points there. Good stuff. Brown. How about you?
Sorry, what you said. Brown. I love that.
Okay, so I don't have to add so much. I really like the Robbie and Kenny thing and stuff like that. But I think for me is episode 3, the first episode, with a lot of or where the missing of opportunities began. Like weird situation with the headband, just to force more drama. And I also enjoyed the moment with Samantha and Johnny, but it was not. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I was a little bit disappointed that the whole scene was just about them. You know, I really was excited to see the whole group of Miyagi-Do students doing Cobra Kai
That's a
training.
good point.
You know, I was so
That's a
excited
good
to
point.
see a great montage or something, how they are training. And I was a little bit. Why just this one scene? It was just like, okay, just one Miyagi-Do student was able to do this. This
It would have been
challenge.
interesting to see Dimitri
Yeah.
and Johnny train a bit more.
Yeah, and that was sad.
That too.
And also, I think that, or for me, I think that was the episode where I think it would have been good when we would have seen a Hawk and Daniel situation. Because I also think the Miyagi-Do students forgave
Gave him a bit too quickly.
Yeah, they did.
It was just okay. He built a nice fighting stage, and now everything is all right. And
It's the biggest missed opportunity this season of that bond. It's like it's a huge
Yeah.
deal. It's not like it's just Eli getting his inner peace. He's joining Miyagi-Do like Hawk.
And it was something that I was worried about actually going into the season. I was worried that they were going to neglect that tension between Hawk and the former Miyagi-Dos because of everything that's going on with Cobra Kai. It like the way they set it up in episode 1, I thought this is a really good way to carry over from season 3. But then after that, it just lost me.
It was
that's
just
the
like
thing that's right across this whole season is just like the balancing of all these characters, and then they go and add even more in. You know,
in the same time frame.
In the same time frame, it's like.
And so I think it really went too fast that he was resumed in the group again, and there wasn't. I think episode 3 would have been a great episode to. Oh no. That things like that would have happened, you know.
Yeah, no, completely agree.
For sure.
It's like the start of where all the like up until
Especially
the
the
ending of episode 3, I was like,
Yes.
this is where we're going, and then, oh no, don't do this. Oh no, here we go.
Then they just they left the focus on the characters we were interested into it.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Completely agree. It's just it's the start of the little forced like drama to split them up, and I get it, story, but it's just it was so.
I would have enjoyed so much more drama between Miyagi-Do's and Hawk. Like I was invested into another drama between Johnny and Daniel because they are so jealous because they all want to be fathers but they can't be
You know what I'm
fathers.
saying? Like making the season 3 finale not hit as big as it did is knowing that I've been waiting for this moment for all my life.
I know.
For this bit, and it's like, oh no, you've 3 episodes in. Like, Rick, come on, dog. Like,
Yeah.
we're really doing this already. Like, it's literally 3 episodes in, and we're already starting like that. It's like
It just backtracks on this whole no be there, badassery team up.
Johnny's an expert at not being there for be there for his kids, but that's
I know, right? Everyone except for Miguel.
Right until now, but
yeah,
it's just a thing there. But it's that's the start of where things started to really shift, and I was like, oh, please don't do what I think you're gonna do.
Yeah. So, episode 1 and 2 were so strong, and then in episode 3 it began to
get that on a shirt.
Yeah, that was disappointing, and but I think in the retrospective it's more disappointing because now we know that it wasn't get better after it. No.
That's the thing. It didn't actually really redeem itself in my eyes until episode 10.
Yeah.
So that's a whole big chunk in the middle.
That'll be a juicy. That'll be a juicy next stream, episode 6 to 10. Oh, I got some interesting things to say about some of them. Oh, Carrie Underwood, moment of truth. Who is that? Anyway, sorry, Carrie Underwood stands. Don't take offense. No, take it.
But I also wanted to add that I also loved the Silver PTSD thing. See that Creed created his own monster, like the way he treated his own friend, and he used him, and he wasn't. That he wasn't able to leave him alone because he was happy and now he isn't happy anymore, and I feel so sorry for Silva. He's a very suffering villain. I don't know,
because he's roped back in now. You know, he's got into his head and he can't get out of it.
Back into the freak show.
Oh.
That's an interesting
so
point
selfish.
too. Yeah.
Well done, John Kreese.
Oh, so selfish.
It's all your fault.
Silva worked so hard on his mental health, and he tried to overcome the whole war thing, and he never did it. And he just moved on, and now he is bringing his old friend back into his own trauma and his own psychological issues. You know.
That's an interesting point. Like at the end of episode 1, where he kicks that bottle, I just thought of like that bottle that he kicks is like represents his sanity that he like kept, you know, and he finally was able to keep. But once he kicked it, he just
stripping
became
down
insane.
the painting.
He just became insane again. You know, it was just
that was one of my favorite moments.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was
just how clean the kick is. It's not telegraphed. It's just so.
I know.
You could just be sitting down with your tea, and you're like, "No, Silva, I'm not gonna do that." And you just literally in the moment.
It's like, oh god.
And your tea's all over the wall. You're like, "You made a mess, mate. Go and clean that up now."
Expression as well.
What you probably do? You probably assar the freaking broom to you, and then assar like the cleaning liquid to you.
You're sitting there with a
or like
you and Agnes, you're having a nice little chat. You're taking the sip, and then assar. Oh. It just
made a mess. It just gives you a mop. Just keeps kicking everything to you, and then eventually just kicks you in the face.
Yeah.
I would hate to be his roommate. You know, like, hey, can you pass me the remote? I'm gonna hit you in the face.
Wait, your earpod. Did he assar your earpod earlier on last night? It's not working.
God.
Now he turns the taps on to run the shower or bath. He's like, assar.
I can hope we could forget that moment. Damn it.
If you have any problems in life, just go and assar it, and it will change.
Yes. PG tips is good too.
Yeah. I'd love to see Chosen do that assar.
I would love to see him do it like as he mocks Silva. That would be cool.
Oh, and then Silva just gets his leg and just breaks it. That'd be savage though.
Oh God.
That's some dark. That's so dark. Was it in? Is it that could be in the DC universe?
Deadpool too.
Matt Reeves universe.
You
Maybe.
get that? Matt Reeves. Yeah, RJ. We said Matt Reeves. Oh.
Oh.
In the Cobra Kai universe, not Matt Reeves. Sorry. Back to the point.
Back to the. But yeah, no, totally agree. Like, we can probably transition to episode 4 now, where that kind of
I thought we were on
Episode 4 is so frustrating.
Hang on, hold on. Alex, pick a color.
Green.
I
And I'll
swear
explain
I
why.
was gonna say green.
I'll
Yeah.
explain why later.
Oh, there's
I
a
think-
reason.
There's a reason.
Okay,
There's always a
I'm
reason.
interested now.
I
I'm
think
gonna
I
go.
think I know why. I think
You'll
I
like
know
it.
why.
Yeah.
Oh, I know exactly why. I won't say, but I know.
It's Hulk.
I know. Yeah, completely. But season 3, like, oh gee, episode 3, like carrying that into episode 4. It starts as soon as it opens. I think the best thing for me in this episode is Robbie and Silver's little training moment. I love,
Yeah.
I can adore that scene. The rest of the episode, however, is the festering, with Johnny, Miguel, and Daniel, and it's starting to surface. You can smell it. It's just surfacing. It's just boiling underneath. I'm like, oh, here we go. Then you've got, them mentioning the stuff about Eli. I'm like, okay, they're going to set that up. You've got, like, the funny moment between Carmen and Johnny in bed. He's like, I'm 100% all man.
Oh,
Now, that was fun.
So funny.
Silver's entrance was badass. I love that. Daniel taking Miguel like for a car drive and whatnot. I don't mind that in principle because Daniel's intentions aren't to be like, "Hey, Johnny," It's more of just I'm just taking him for a driving. That's all it is. It's not
You sound like Pennywise.
But
He was doing a Goofy impression.
he's goofy. He's like,
I gotta add that to the playlist. I gotta add that to the playlist.
And then I'm sorry to all. I need to just be honest here. Sam pissed me the fuck off in this episode. Oh God,
Sam,
I
this
understand it.
Yeah.
I understand it. Tori's trying to get her bills, and you're interfering with her job and her livelihood. And Sam's like, "Did I say the last place I want to spend my Saturday?"
You know what? Sam was like.
I'm like, "Oh, just shut up."
Sam
Just
annoyed me
shut
as much
up.
as Vicky from Fairly Odd Parents in that moment.
Yeah, like
So
I'm
evil
in
and
that
annoying.
level. Like it started to be like,
For
oh
no
God,
reason.
here we go, and now she's getting the training from Johnny. It's like, okay, now she's justified in her
but it
actions.
just seemed awkward. That whole
Oh,
party
that
stuff.
was
It
cringe.
just felt really like
Yeah.
Oh, and the
disjointed. I don't know.
dialogue,
It didn't flow for me.
the dialogue with it, where it was just like, I mean, I'm seeing the Silver and Robbie.
Do you know what? I think that could
But-
arguably be one of the most cringiest moments of Cobra Kai.
It's
Yeah.
so cringe. It's like, oh, is that the prince that you stole from the other princess? I'm like, oh,
Oh.
Jesus, don't do that. I'm like,
Wait.
no, don't.
She called
do
herself
that.
a princess as well, solidifying how self-entitled this little
Self-awareness.
bitch is.
Like, for Christ's sake almighty. I'm sorry.
Damn.
No, hold on. When
Sorry,
I say
Sam really does
yeah.
annoy me.
Sorry,
when
yeah.
she
When
is.
Sam started doing this malarkey, I said, oh, for Christ's sake, don't. Season 3, I love Joe. I was like, yes, this is what I want.
I
Season
She was the
know.
shit.
like,
She was the
Same,
shit. in
yeah.
season
Sam
She was
was the
awesome in
shit.
season 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
That's
like-
so childish.
I'm like,
She's
I
very
say
good
this
at
in a
flipping
nice
the
way,
script, is she?
and I really say this in a nice way. Sorry to cut you all off. I say this in a nice way, right? Sam, just stop trying to be about that. Like, just stop it. Be
Stop it.
We're
Right?
not
Like
there
her
again.
whole
Somehow.
her whole thing with the backpack where she's like, I'm coming for you, bitch. I was like, fuck. I was like,
Oh, God,
why?
Alex, please. I'm
But
so glad you
there's
mentioned that.
I
there's
hate that
something
moment.
really bothers me is that, and the writers seem to not do it as much with the male team characters. They seem to do it more with the girls. In season 3,
Yeah.
Sam was a really good character,
really good.
but
Yeah.
Tori was depicted as more of a Saturday cartoon villain. In season 4,
Good.
it was kind of flipped. Why does
Yeah.
one of the characters have to suffer for the other one to be portrayed in a
Yeah.
better light? They
Well,
both need to
I-
have a
I
little
see
bit
what you
more
mean.
grey at the same time.
But
I
I
just
don't
felt
think
like
it's
there
like-
were things kind of missing.
I don't think
Yeah.
they're trying to make women look bad or anything. I think it's
No,
just.
I don't think it's
I think it's
intentional.
mostly just a balancing act. It's just the way
Yeah.
it's pulled off.
I
I
just
think
think
with
that
Sam-
they struggle to balance it as
Yeah.
well as they do with Robbie and Miguel.
I think they don't want to do the same thing with Robbie and Miguel
I
with
feel
Sam
like
and Tori.
because with
It's
Robbie
no
and Miguel,
different though.
You have
Yeah.
like, just to piggyback off what you're saying, you have like Eli and Dimitri as well. You have
Yeah.
Kenny, you have Sean, Kyla. Like, there's more variety there. Like I think Tori and Sam really carry the female staple.
Yeah, and I think that's actually part of the problem.
So it's
And
mostly
they bring a lot to it.
Aisha was brought back, and I'm glad about that. Like later on, which was good because they needed some other kind of like female perspective in there
Yeah.
that wasn't Sam or Tori in the situation, because that was a contrast.
Funny enough, in season 2, like she was definitely pinnacle in that.
Oh, I will say this though. On a quick side note, one thing this episode did well was the Johnny flashback. Like that was good. I love that. That was so good.
That was great.
Oh, that was brilliant. I was like, that is amazing because it gives you so much detail as to why Johnny is the way he is, and literally it highlights the best part of the episode where, you know, Daniel driving with Miguel, getting that other perspective. I'm just going to skip the Sam and Tori and stuff. But then Robbie goes to, you know, visit Johnny, and it's like, he's so focused on Miguel. He's like, is that it? I got dinner to make. It's like, this is your freaking son. What the hell are you doing? And he closes the door on him. And it's almost like that Tony Stark thing where he creates the problem that he dreaded so much. And then he comes full circle at the end.
Oh.
We're in this moment here where, aside from Amanda and Tori, which I freaking love, is when Sam... Why? Just why? When Sam sees Tori looking at her and Miguel, she's like...
Oh, please.
Like,
I saw that. And I screamed out loud. I pointed out my TV. I was like, you stupid bitch. I was like, why would you do that? Why would you do that?
You know how I felt about that whole thing? Especially when she looked at Tori and she started to kiss Miguel, and she knows that's how it started the school fight. This is my reaction to that moment.
Well,
I agree.
He left. I
agree. It was like the same...
I guess we're in charge. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would have been great. But it's like when the same as the roller skate rink, when Tori and Miguel kissed in front of Sam.
It either.
Oh,
she looked
Christ.
at Sam first, so they both did it to each other.
Yeah.
Like, it was so cringe when Sam did that again, though. Like,
I know,
she knows
like,
it started so much stuff, but why do it again?
Like, I can completely understand it. You know, this woman tried taking your face off, she invaded your home, I get it. But this kind of stuff, like, in the writing, where I'm just like, can we... Like, we get a great scene of Tori and Amanda afterwards, like, where they're, like, she's shouting at her back and forth, and I love that. Brilliant. But this is the start of that stuff where it's like teen angsty, you know, smoochy, make you jealousy, you know. It's just like, can we cut all that bullshit out? Like,
I kind of wish that Sam was a little bit more ruthless in a different way. It felt so petty. It didn't feel...
I was just like, Sam, just behave, just stop it. You're not that. Stop
but
it.
I kind of do understand though her wanting to, you know, get back at Tori a little bit. I do. I think you know, she's a teenager who's suffered severe PTSD because of this girl. You know, I get it. I just don't like the way it was done. It felt petty rather than like, you really hurt me.
Yeah, no, I don't like the way they wrote it, because it's what we are seeing is more like a stereotypical female conflict, like we saw it in a lot of other stupid shows and films. It's more like, I don't like it, because it shows like, you know, people or maybe some men imagine how female conflicts look like. It's all about the boys and make people jealous. And
but the thing is, like, we say that, but
really didn't like that.
With like, just to piggyback off what you're saying, bro, in season 3, when Daniel says, "Why aren't you at school?" and Sam says, you don't know what it's like being a girl and being in that situation. Like, they've handled it well there, so it just makes me like wonder what's the, you know, it's just.
Why didn't they carry on from that?
Yeah,
I think they just want to keep flipping the script, but with like Sam and Tori, it's such a like, it's like two loose cannons, and they could have done that with the boys. But the thing is, the criticisms would then be like, you know, oh, Sam and Tori are a bit quiet. they're not getting enough influence. They actually make so much happen with that dynamic. That's why they are made like so chaotic in that way.
Yeah,
I don't think it I
understand
don't think
that.
it makes, you know, I know what you ladies were saying about that with the it might make females look that typical nonsense, but I actually think they do it in a way that's relevant to the context. Like, these are two young girls, you know, you remember they're under 18 still. It is the teen stuff. I mean, if they're much older and they've gone through this stuff millions of times, it shouldn't happen, but can't forget their age. You can't forget the perspectives. One's quite lucky in the way she's been raised, the other hasn't. Again, like me and Jacob said about the Robbie Miguel stuff, they need to go through each other's journeys to understand.
They need to go through it to understand the other.
That stuff, and that's gonna happen.
Yep, I can't wait.
I agree with that. I just feel like, and it's not, you know, a massive criticism, but I do feel like at the moment anyway, for one of the two main girls to be presented in a good light, the other one can't be. Whereas I feel like Robbie and the girl have been a bit more nuanced. Like, especially in season 1 and 2, I was finding it really hard to pick like which one I kind of saw in a better light. Same. It was just constant back and forth. But for me, with Sam and Tori, it was like pretty much
I see what
all
you
of
mean.
season 3 it was Sam, and then pretty much all of season 4 it was Tori.
But does that not happen with Robbie and Miguel? Because so many people have been hating on Miguel this season, and it's not, you know, you could say the Mel thing, you know, just, you know, loads of people were just hating on Miguel, saying, oh, he's fat, oh, he's not in his prime, blah blah blah, and people hated Robbie from the start. Now people love Robbie now because of his arc. They've always done that in the show, so it's not something they're specifically doing. It's not on the nose. With Sam and Tori.
It's not new. It's not, you know, a completely different thing. I just noticed a little bit more of a disparity when it comes to the girls. That's all it is. That's
I think it's because they're quite confident in themselves. You know, they both know karate. Well, one's known it for longer than the other, and I think if they are both seen in a good way, I mean, it's not black and white with them. It's down to perspective. I see good in Sam and I see good in Tori, but they have their moments. Sam will be annoying in one moment. You're thinking, oh, Tori's nicer here. Then they have a moment where Tori's just. That's just the show's constantly trying to keep you on your toes. That's just a method, right? I think they do that effectively because I think they're trying to set up this team up with Sam and Tori more than the Robbie and Miguel stuff. Even though me and Jacob are more excited for that. I mean,
as exciting as Miguel and Robbie is, and it's like, man, fuck yeah, man, woo! Like, Sam and Tori's rivalry is more of a rivalry than Miguel and Robbie. Like,
their rivalry is dangerous, the one between Sam and Tori.
Yeah, it's lethal.
Look what it caused, like in between their.
But Sam and Tori's is literally like they have bad blood. Like, it's literally
one of them will kill the other. Yeah.
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 It has been a fair share of bad luck, definitely in this.
But I think the girls are weaker written than the boys, and I think this
like this.
I don't know with that. I kind of disagree with that. I think they've made them pretty. I like the way they look at Amanda, for example. If we're talking females collectively, I think they've written them well. Maybe
Tori and Sam, like what Juliana said, that just one girl is shining in a way. I can't say that.
I get what you mean. So, like, kind of, why not all together?
I do see what you guys are saying, where they've got to have one up and one down just so they have that presence.
Yeah, but
it's mostly indicative of like.
I feel like they do that with the lads, though. It's no different with the females, though. They make it very similar. Like,
yeah, I'd say they balance it well.
But the thing is, with Miguel and Robbie, it's more like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. With Sam and Tori, it's more like Sam, Tori. For me,
it's still back and forth,
that's how
right?
I feel.
It's still like back and forth. It's
just not as much.
But
I think that
was my point.
I think it's a different kind of back and forth. But like Miguel and Robbie's like back and forth, episode to episode. Like Sam and Tori, I think is more season to season.
Yeah.
It's
that's a good way.
But I don't think that could be necessarily a bad.
It is definitely like that. like what Jacob said. This like
Because,
season
you know-
1, 2, you like. I mean, before Tori was there, it
Before
was.
Tori tried taking Sam's face off, I'm just saying, I was fully on the Tori train.
Yeah,
but,
I didn't like Tori from the
as soon
start
as it was
because
at that
that was
moment, I was like,
insane.
"What the hell are you doing?" And I was like,
Yeah.
"You're crazy."
And then it
that's
was-
what I mean. It's
I
more
really
like-
like Sam, and I think it makes it come to a point where they have to come together because they're setting that up now.
Yeah.
Um,
It's as we were saying with the Miguel and Robbie stuff. Like it doesn't matter if you're like, I'm Team Tori, I'm Team Sam. It's
but
like
what I find equally frustrating is the fact
anyway.
that the Robbie and Miguel stuff, it hasn't really been. Like me and Jacob will say, they just literally need that one conversation. Whereas
That's
Sam and
true.
Tori, they've gone through so much. Like they
They
can
need
see
more than a conversation. These two need like a counselor or something just to help them sort it out because there's so much bad blood. Like it's Robbie and Miguel's thing. I think there's more detail and I'm trying not to overuse my phrase here. More detail and nuance in it because there's a back and forth and they don't have much dialogue with each other. Whereas Sam and Tori do, and there's a lot of actions against each other on a season-to-season basis, where I think that, it could actually bode well, where maybe, depending on how Season 5 executes it, we look back at the last 4 seasons, or last 3 because of Tori, where we go, you know what, oh, okay, maybe that was the right call that they made.
It could be like a No Way Home situation where, like, the first 2 Spider-Man films, you're like, oh, that wasn't... Me and Jacob said in the same room, we weren't the biggest fans, but then when you watch that specific season, that specific film, it brings everything together and you get the full picture. I think maybe they will do that with Sam and Tori.
I think there's also like a level to this where, and I don't mean to be that guy, but there's a level to where like fans respond to things where they know fans are going to respond in such a toxic manner, where it's going to be like, I'm team this, I'm team that, where they've done it deliberately like that. So when they're brought together, people go, oh, I missed the point of the whole thing. That's literally what I think it is. I think it's just the reason I think it comes across as different is because of the way they chose to do it. Like Miguel and Robbie is like back and forth every episode. With Robbie, he's the son of Johnny Lawrence, and Miguel was like the new Karate Kid. Whereas Sam LaRusso, she only started really coming into her own like in season 2, and then Tori was literally brought in just to be a love interest and spark the drama. And then season 2 finale onwards, that's when that progression started. And I think it's that juggling act in it of just trying to balance the characters where if you're like us and you can sort of see between the blurred lines, like I've also said this, that, I know she broke into a house and she done all that stuff, which is inexcusable. But, a lot of it is played up just because the show is like for entertainment. Like, it's played up more so than not. But I do think it can pay off in the long run that these two have maybe had a different kind of arc, because you got Robbie and Miguel, where it's just a conversation. Like, I know there's more to it than that, but literally a conversation will set them on that path. Sam and Tori need some kind of situation where they are forced to work together, and I think with season 5 beckoning, it makes sense that the LaRussos and Miyagi-Do will help Tori, because I fully believe her mum's going to die next season. And I fully believe, she's going to really struggle. She might lose everything, and that's a story where, Sam and Tori can really come together. Like, man, Shimi, we got to do a stream on those two, man. But
we've been saying that. Like, that's going to be a fun one.
I do hear what you guys are saying, though, that there is that kind of, there's either one up here or one up here, one down here. Like, it's a balancing thing that's different. I think that's why it feels that way, is because it's so different.
To add to what you guys were saying too. Sorry to cut you off, Jacob. I didn't mean to do that. But like, I understand what you guys are. I've been listening. I hadn't said much, but I can honestly see what you guys are saying, because, the whole Robbie and Miguel thing, where the first 4 seasons, it's always been like their rivalry was so much like, this guy is number one, but so is this guy, and they're kind of, they're not intentionally one-upping each other. They're just getting better and better and better, and they're our main protagonists of the show, and I can understand that frustration with the girls, who also have a severe, dangerous rivalry, more than Robbie and Miguel, and to see the girls' rivalry be rejected to the whole pettiness. I get what you're saying, when that's kind of annoying, where it's the whole oh, I kissed your boyfriend, you kiss my boyfriend, when it should be
there's better ways of doing things.
That's just
it should be like, I'm gonna kick your ass and you're gonna kick my ass, you know what I mean? Like, stuff like it shouldn't be resorted to the whole petty, middle school shit.
I think that's a general criticism of the shows. The teenage drama can get a bit tedious, and
Especially
it is a bit repetitive.
Especially because not all teens are like that.
No.
Right, yeah. In this specific story, that not every teen is, but it does come to like a clusterfuck when there's some rivalry.
It kind of gets to the point where you're like, am I watching, a typical show, for instance, that would have this kind of stuff like all over it, where it's like that kind of genre, or am I watching something else? Like it's just a balancing thing, and I think the reason it's been so it's harder for them to sort of balance Tori and Sam is because Robbie and Miguel have been there since day one. Sam's been there since day one, but the rivalry only really kicked off around season 2.
And that's when she joined the fight. Yeah.
I think that's why, because season 2 has it literally as, Sam is Sam, Tori is Tori, but then the school fight happens. And that's where we go, whoa, Tori, you're crazy out here. You're a psycho.
The thing is, each context with Sam and Tori always differs in how you feel about them, which goes back to my point in saying, it is one of those rivalries where you're constantly at battle. Like, who do you decide to like? Who do you like more? Whose side are you on this time? Like, but equally, I like the way they've portrayed the characters, because like, if you have just 2 characters that are constantly seen good, then where is the conflict? It's not interesting anymore. I mean, I still see good through them. That's just my perspective and how I understand the characters, because I'm looking at it from not just I'm fan of this character, fan of that character. It's more like applying myself in their eyes or their shoes even, and just how would they go about that. A lot of people don't do that. They need to put themselves in the position of these characters so they can actually understand the arcs. And if you've gone through that, that's why there's people choosing sides, because they might see more relation to what
that they relate to or they gravitate to is more like.
And like with Miguel, I really gravitate to him because I actually relate to his story. It's not because
Me too.
all the funny stuff, I look like him, blah blah blah, haircut. It really is because I relate to him. And that's what it comes back to with the rivalry. It's about who do you relate to, and how do you. It is really hard, but you have to balance it and just look at it collectively.
Yeah.
Me and Jake are always preaching about the full picture.
I think it's easy for us to sit here and say that they can do better with Sam and Tori, but you also got to look at it like this: that aside from like Miguel and Robbie being like here from day one, is they've had a way of balancing it. So even though Miguel and Robbie have always been in that gray, there's been someone like Hawk to sort of keep that dark side edge. There's been someone like Creep to sort of
so many other characters.
There's so many other characters that really expand on that. We're only just now getting that kind of that gray for Tori, and then that offensive side for Sam. So I think that's why we're in an awkward transition for these two, where it now feels like they're sort of getting that development, which is cool. Because in season 3, like one of my favorite aspects about it was Sam, because I think one thing that this show does so well is it gives you the perspective of a character that is. And this is what's so fucking great. Stop saying it louder. So fucking amazing about this show. Take a picture, write it down, tweet that shit. Is each character, even though the legacy characters are great, all the new characters can relate to. Someone can relate to them somehow, and I think characters like Sam and Tori are they represent the 2 opposite ends of the spectrum, like the really 2 opposite ends. Where Miguel and Robbie have a bit of gray, they can kind of relate in a level. But Sam and Tori are literally at the opposite end of the spectrum.
They're not similar.
They're not similar.
Yeah.
And I think
whereas Robbie and Miguel are very, very similar. If Sam and Tori were similar, written that way, then you would see a similar sort of rivalry to.
That's why I think
they probably have more of
now.
this.
Yeah. And if it was, if Robbie and Miguel were completely opposed to each other, then that would have been the center of attention. Like, these guys are the ones. The school fight might have been strictly them, but then Sam and Tori have to get involved because of it. It could have. It's the clash of personalities.
But I think it's also just to like balance that extreme, because if you have 2, like let's say for example Tori and Sam with the gray nuanced people, and you had Miguel like hated, Robbie then loved, Miguel then hated, Robbie then loved, like. Not by like fans, but like the way the show's telling us to do it, like it would still be the same kind of thing. Where I think as great as it is to see Miguel and Robbie come together, and it's gonna be amazing. But the moment Sam and Tori actually have to work together, it's going to be even more fascinating because there's so much bad blood between them. How do they work it? How do they overcome it? How do they work it out?
Like, especially like when we're theorizing about season 5, you know, you guys have already come up with so many different theories of how Miguel and Robbie are first going to work together, but it's a lot harder to kind of picture how Tori and Sam are going to do that because it just seems like so out of this
We've
world.
already got some indications for Tori and Sam. I mean,
Like,
I mean, they're all out there. Like the stuff with the All Valley champ. I mean, you saw the little moment. Tori said, "Hey, you all right?" Like, when has Tori ever said that?
When has she ever said that?
Sam was even shocked. You know, the Amanda stuff with Tori, like we mentioned earlier on, like that comes into play.
And I really don't want them to like drag any more of this out. Like, I think season 4 should be a bookend for the last 4 seasons. Close the book, end this chapter, start fresh. And go in new territory because the Lawrence and the Russo thing. To quote Tori,
Alex is the new character in Mexico.
Yeah,
it's time to end that.
It's telling me, I'm Miguel's dad.
Season 4 is like the way season 4's finale was done. I mean, we'll touch more upon it. Like
the multiverse is broken.
But just to touch upon it, it's almost like it's paying off the last few seasons where it's bringing it full circle. So like when Sam and Tori are fighting and that camera moves past Tori. And it's in the same position of the school fight stand, and it plays the flashback of the house break-in and stuff. Where I think them two overcoming the odds together will be more like it could potentially be more fascinating than even Miguel and Robbie, because Miguel and Robbie literally just need a conversation. That's it. Like, it's
in some ways,
in some ways, yeah.
It's the Sam Tori stuff.
There's way
Sam
more
Tori stuff reminds me of Johnny and Daniel. Although Johnny and Daniel have a lot more in common, Sam and Tori just need to find a way to kind of understand each other, even though they're so different. And that's definitely harder because they're on different ends of the spectrum. So it's a unique relationship because usually people that you have grey conflict with usually ends in a good, peaceful resolution. Not always the case, but if you see the case with, look at Johnny and Daniel now, like where they are morally.
Finally.
They
Chosen in
found
Daniel,
common ground.
right? It goes back to like when people hash out stuff physically, especially like with Chosen Daniel. Look at the respect they have for each other
Robbie
now. Robbie and Sean. I mean, it's like it doesn't matter who you are. Like if you focus on your things head first, it will eventually like turn into like respect and just prosperity, you could say. Sam and Tori just need it, but it's just like it's like two fires that won't go out. When they're together, it's like it's even worse. Like they need like to come to they need to be more like a wax candle than like a blazing fire, if that makes sense. Like they need the center.
I mean, it's just like just to piggyback. Oh, go ahead, Alex. You go ahead, bro.
Oh, I was gonna say, to go off of what you guys were saying about the whole rivalry thing too. One thing I will applaud season 4 for is closing the book on not only the Lawrence and the Russo, but the also kind of closing, if not already closing, but kind of giving a closing to the Diaz and Keen thing too, where what I mean. Season 4, the first 3 seasons, it was I always saw like a, I'm Team Robbie, I'm Team Miguel, but post season 4, I haven't seen anything like that. Where it's like I'm Team Robbie, I'm Team Miguel. I'm seeing more of
even in season 3, it wasn't really there. Like it was kind of there, but it wasn't strongly there. Sam and Tori's thing was hot and center. And just to piggyback off what you're saying and what Darius has put here, like what better person to really mend the bonds between I don't like to brag, but I said if there's one person who can help Robbie, it's Chosen. And he could say to Robbie, hey, I wanted to kill someone. You did it by accident, almost. Yeah. He could help Miguel find his true purpose in life. And for Sam and Tori, he could say, Tori, hey, I wanted to kill someone too. Like I wanted to take Daniel's head off, and that can really allow her to sort of go on that path to sort it out.
Especially for Robbie, who's such an aggressive fighter.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Sure. Chosen is another aggressive, fighter too.
Just saying. I mean, it's.
He's really.
It's just get the 4 of them. Like we know it. We all know it's happening. Like it's. I think it's why they've made it so extreme sometimes on both ends, where it's just kind of like they just want to sort of balance it.
Yeah.
But I suppose we can sort of carry that into episode 5.
Before we go into episode
I was going to
5,
say a bunch about episode 4, yeah.
Yeah, can we just go around just quickly and do episode 4?
Oh, yeah.
I have a lot for episode 4, yeah.
Okay.
You want to go first, Shamoon? Do you have anything?
You go ahead, buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I say you guys can probably...
Yeah, me and Jacob went on a lot earlier on about Simon Torrey stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Like
episode 4 for me is so frustrating because... So for anyone at home keeping score, you know, after episode 3, it was just like... During episode 3, it was like, okay, this is fucking awesome. Like, let's go. And then the whole headband thing, that was the downfall. And I really feel like episode 4 just kind of dropped the ball hard on what was this season supposed to be, you know? But I'll get into that later. But so one thing I did like about episode 4 was that Nate and Bert, you know, have the audacity to become bullies. You know what I mean? When they're bullying Kenny. I was just like, I love how they're being bullies, but yet Kenny, you know what I mean, became a better fighter than the both of them. I was just like, oh my god. And he even beats Nate in the tournament. And I also, again, love the whole Miguel and Daniel training. I thought that was just so good. And, you know, Miguel going, what if I don't want to, you know, stop learning, you know, Miyagi-Do? What if I, you know, like it? I loved it. I was like, oh, that's really nice. And, you know, they're bonding. I loved it. They're very similar. And Johnny being jealous of their bond, I understood it, but I also thought it was very childish. But I understood it more because it's like it's from Johnny's perspective, it's like you're taking another son away from me. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You already took my actual son, and now you're about to, like, you know, his son's is always where he draws the line, you know? And he was more or less I think he was doing it more or less out of, you know, being afraid that he was going to lose Miguel. You know what I mean? Like, Miguel's been through so much, and Johnny knows that, and he doesn't want anything to come in between him and, you know, Miguel. And just seeing him train with Daniel, you know, it was good for Miguel to do so, but for Johnny, it's like every time I want to be a father to one of these kids, something always comes in the way. Oh my god.
Wave with the feet, yeah.
Just wave the fist.
Wave the paw.
And then
Carry on.
the whole Miguel and Daniel, like, them bonding, how strong that was, just made me even that more excited for Johnny and Robbie to bond, you know? I can't wait for that. I was like, if this is good bonding right here, wait until their Mexico trip
That's
together.
such a
That's
good
gonna
point.
be good. I can't wait for that.
Johnny and Robbie especially, they're actually actual father and son, so like they will have that immediate importance. Not that it wasn't important with Johnny and Miguel, but like, yeah, I mean, John and Miguel, he's very similar to Daniel in a lot of ways. Like the whole Karate Kid aspect as well.
Scene in season 2, where before the school fight, they have that conversation. Like, there's signs of Johnny and Robbie
in the car.
Yeah, that was one of the very standout moments when he calls him dad as well.
Yeah,
whenever he says dad, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's such a double take, but it means so much more.
And then when he says it, in that scene
and episode 10, god damn it, when he says dad,
and he starts crying.
I also love that Robbie teaching Kenny the Miyagi-Do principles of, you know, balance doesn't mean anything if you're not, you know, if you don't have the, you know, the right headspace. I just loved how, you know, he's against Daniel right now, but he's not against what Daniel taught him, and how he's, you know, giving that to others. I really love it. It just shows Robbie's ability to adapt and be that good, you know, try and be that.
It's like the Bruce Lee of the show.
Yeah, essentially. And speaking of Bruce Lee, I noticed that Robbie loves sweeping the leg. He always sweeps someone's leg. He's always doing that. He tried it on Silver. He did it to Dimitri. He's done it to, like, everyone.
Silver.
You know, and speaking of Silver, I loved their fight. However, it was such a missed opportunity. I really wanted them to do the Quicksilver method, you know. But the more I think about it, I think Silver's saving that method for Kenny, or you know, Sean, you know, because they can handle the pain.
But I think with Robbie, I think a lot of people paralleled the Robbie stuff with that happening with Robbie, like with, you know, with Daniel. It makes so much sense, you know. was Miyagi there, went to Cobra Kai, I think it would have been a lot of fan service. But yeah, man, that would have been so cool.
It would have been.
I love the fight,
awesome.
the little fight they have though. That was so cool.
I love it too because the whole time Silver is smiling. You know what I mean? I notice that every time Silver fights somebody, he's always smiling, and he's like, It's like I never left. I love what I'm doing. I love that so much, and
he
I
just
love
does
Silver.
Kicks like it's. I mean, Thomas does the kicks like it's absolutely.
And he doesn't telegraph him either. You do not see it coming, you know. And he knocked the air out of Robbie's stomach, like.
Oh, and did you
Yeah,
know?
I mean, I bet that hurt if that was
Just
a real
like,
kick.
tie it to like future events. I won't stay too long on it because it's not the episode. But you know, when he's about to punch Robbie and he does that, like he punches up.
Yeah.
Robbie does that in the tournament to Hawk.
Oh shit, that's right, in the tournament. Yeah.
That,
Where he
like,
fakes him out. Yeah.
Yeah, that was smart. I remember you bringing that up, Jacob.
Yeah, that's a good point, man.
And the
Oh,
thing
I
with
have to rewatch that.
Miguel doing that kick, I think Robbie does a similar kick.
Does he? I think he.
Do you know when
does
I
he-
think?
Yeah, when he
I'm
kicks
not
Kenny,
entirely.
right?
I think so. I told Jacob this. You know when Miguel it's the prelim fight at the before they get to the quarters and stuff, and if they're just doing the qualifying rounds with that shitty, horrible montage where it just didn't really fit well.
Ah!
Yeah, where he does this kick, and then Robbie just looks at him like
Yeah, there's a
I see
moment right
Robbie
there.
doing that kick. I think he does that. I don't know if it's the same, but it's very similar to the kick he does in. I think it's to Kenny, or he does it with a bit more aggression, because he's like kicking him in the face, like literally.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when he gets the first point on Kenny, where he just like stays there and then he kicks him in the face and he doesn't see it coming. I said, yeah, they're learning from each other, man. That's a good point.
Oh,
And-
it's
I love
so
that. I
full
can't wait
circle.
for that.
Yeah,
And Silver, when he says to Robbie, where he's like, Kreese has told me a lot about you. You know what I mean? You have skills to kick all our asses. It's like, again,
Think about
someone else is seeing his potential. Like,
You're
freaking
damn
there you
right.
go.
Yes, and just to
Like,
piggyback off what you're saying and what I've been saying about Silver this whole season is that if Kreese doesn't do that BS that he does in the later episode, what does Silver do to Robbie after that? He says, "You need to dig out that fear and deal with it." like this is why I mean, Silver could have honestly won this whole thing.
This is why I
and
love Silver. He's so
Like,
different from
with that
Kreese.
one conversation, Robbie immediately knew what he had to do, but he just, he's like, "I'm better than you." It's like, okay, that's not what you had to do, Robbie, but yeah. But Silver knew what was holding Robbie back because through experience. It's just a moment like that. And then seeing him like toy with him in the fight. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Oh, that was crazy.
I like
And
it.
we already talked about Sam, but I felt like this season the LaRussos kind of became bullies. You know what I mean? I felt like they kinda flipped
Literally,
the script and
Amanda was
became-
the saving grace of the whole thing.
Yeah,
Amanda
it
was like one that usually
I would have
wouldn't do
hated the
that,
whole
but
household.
she still
Mhm.
came to her senses. Like
Yeah.
immediately became very motherly to Tori in a sense,
Mhm.
which was insane based on what we were saying earlier on. But like,
Good point.
even
Gary.
so, like Anthony's being like this, Sam's being a bit more aggressive, all that stuff. Yeah, it's just come full circle with the Russos.
Mhm.
He calls them the Lapusso family.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
all is well in the Lapusso.
I love
household.
Amanda, man. She's always been a freaking good character at heart. Like, I think people got a little bit annoyed with her in season 2 or 3, I think.
Really?
But I've never got annoyed with her.
Damn.
I've
He's
never
probably the
gotten
one
annoyed, man.
character I've never really had any issues with at all. Like,
It was like
always-
minor things. It was very minor. It's like 2 on the nose for me. Like, it's just things I don't really consider bad. But yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll always be somebody that complains about something. Like, oh, Bert didn't
Bert didn't do a spinning
whole
kick,
episode of
whatever.
screen
Who
time.
the-
It's like,
who cares? It's like,
I mean, I love Bert though, but
and I love Bert, but like, come on. Him
it's like,
kicking-
oh, Yaya hasn't shown us the way of the fist. It's like, Yaya,
We
listen,
don't need
Yaya's
to do
too.
it. She hasn't pulled out a bloody machine gun.
She's
you know,
too
from that movie.
OP for this series. That's why they aren't giving her the full strength. You know,
That-
she's
that-
just.
She would be God in this series. Divine.
If she was the one that was there the day Johnny was fighting Carl Bullets, it literally would have ended. Cobra Kai would have ended there and then. Because what she would have done is got the pep and
I'm
poured
telling you.
all over the bullies.
She would have
Miguel
that
would have never
divine
done
instinct
crying.
to take them out within
That's
one
true.
Pepto
Divine
is
ability.
the actual answer.
That's true. And,
Divine
I'm just chatting
godlike
so
power.
much shit right now. It's funny.
Yeah.
Ironically, Pepto is for shit, so I might
Yeah,
need
don't
some
turn this
Pepto
into
to
I
stop.
might
video.
need some
shit.
after this.
Nah, don't drink
What
it.
else?
I'm eating.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I love
Pepto.
I love their talk too at the
Pepto
apartment.
Bismol.
Between Robbie and Johnny. I think that's my favorite scene in episode 4 because I was so disappointed, but I do like when Robbie and Johnny talked. You know, I thought it was very. I can't take
Remember
you guys
when
seriously.
in
Oh
that
my God.
live stream when I said diarrhea stuff because I forgot the name of it?
Come, see, it's a full circle moment, Juliana. Pepto
Come full
Bismol.
circle.
I'm eating.
I'm eating.
Carry on what you were
I'm
saying,
drinking my
Alex.
tea. I'm drinking my lovely Captain America themed
I'm
tea.
drinking my old Star Wars cup.
Sorry, Alex.
I'm
Carry
drinking
on,
my
carry on, Alex.
Sorry,
Has everyone
Alex, for
stopped
interrupting
No,
you,
you're good.
sir.
No, you're good. You're good.
No,
I think
no, no.
I think my favorite scene was the Johnny and Robbie talk because I understood where both of them were coming from, and you know, Robbie does have a point where he said the whole, you know, Miguel attacked me. I was trying to stop it. I was like, oh
I
shit,
wasn't
like he's
there.
kind of.
It's like,
He's yeah. I was like, really? Like again,
oh,
like
well, of course you weren't there.
I love
Like,
Miguel.
that's
Don't get
funny.
me don't.
Sorry.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong. I love Miguel,
Dick.
but he's not innocent either. He's done some shit too. You know,
Yeah,
like
no one's truly innocent. Even
Yeah.
Amanda, when she brought that stuff about what she did with his teacher,
I
like,
think poor Clarence
Mhm.
is the only one who can actually say they're completely innocent in this show. No one, everyone's
well,
done something.
how do you know? What if Clarence was secretly poisoning humans?
This is true.
What if poison decrease, which is why he gets a bit crazy sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, we all get a little crazy sometimes. But this
Nah,
is
but
really, yeah.
for real, I think Clarence.
Yeah.
Well, he was white like an angel, so he was an angel. Yeah. What happened to Jacob? Sorry, if you're crying about Clarence, I totally get you need a moment. I'll give you a moment.
Yeah, give me a minute. Be right back.
No, that was devastating. So anyone that needs a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Drew was very hurt about that. He actually had a little plushie just in memory of him, and I said, "Listen, mate,
Just because I don't want
It's
anyone
okay.
running with it, like I'm just going to fill up my bottle. Like I'm not. Yeah, it's not Clarence. I mean, rest in peace, Clarence. but
shall I,
come on,
I'll
please.
try my best impression of Jacob
Sure,
whilst
sure.
he's gone to get water.
Can't all be
You
done
are
by
what was it?
to
A
cry,
pipe for you in the chat. That's what old Jacob would say.
It's okay. Take your time, Jacob. Take your time.
Wait, Juliana Brown, you haven't finished what you were going to say for this episode, right?
Yeah,
No,
so,
we
yeah,
haven't.
yeah, you guys have still got to say your points.
Go
Alright.
ahead.
So when Kenny asks Robbie, like, "Oh, are you guys gonna beat up this Hawk guy?" I love how Robbie just says, "Don't worry about that, just focus." And that's still a very Miyagi-Do thing to say. You know, focus on, you know, bettering yourself and focus on your training, not worrying about getting other people back. But it also kind of, you know, demonstrates how Robbie's still very conflicted and he's not all in on Cobra Kai and later we see, you know, he goes to his father's house to act like someone who he absolutely resents to say, you know, Hawk and these kids are bullying this kid, tell them to stop. And, you know, Johnny had that opportunity to address that and he never addressed that. So I partially do blame Johnny not being a good sensei to Hawk is why he got the forced cut. But that's episode 5. But yeah, just I love how Robbie's kind of whole approach whilst in Cobra Kai for the first few episodes is very different to someone who just jumps all in like we've seen Johnny and Hawk and everybody else do. It's very different. And I really liked that. And I liked how he's just trying to focus Kenny on his own fighting. So that was a really good scene. Also, something else is I love how they've made Silver very different from Kreese. And I know you guys said this before, but Kreese dismisses fear, whereas Silver draws it out and gets people to face it. And I actually think that that's a better strategy than just, you know, thinking that there is no fear at all, because the reality is it does exist and it's how you deal with it and it's how you face it that can turn you into a stronger fighter. So
I agree.
Silver's whole philosophy up until, you know, the end of episode 8 where he just falls off the rails, you know, I actually really agreed with and I actually thought that he was the best sensei up until that point this season. So yeah, they're my main 2 points for episode 4 from what I liked. from what was already starting to be established. But yeah, the Tori and Sam stuff, again, I think I've kind of already said my piece, but in terms of Cobra Kai as a whole, just the threat, it just wasn't there as much for me. Like I was thinking, these two girls that are, petty fighting at this party, are these the same two girls that participated in the laser tag fight in season 3? It felt just so different and so watered down. And the same with the drive-in, like Miguel's whole idea was to use Miyagi-Do to avoid conflict, but he did poke the bear. I have to agree with Johnny on that. He did, and that also led to Hawk being.
He instead of
well.
avoiding conflict, he actually enabled it by
exactly
focusing on it head on.
Exactly,
which is what he's been taught. Like I know Chris said it. Miyagi-Do's reactive. But that's the issue. Like, it's he
hasn't seen Chosen style yet.
It's gonna change when Chosen comes and teaches everybody. That's when Yaya's gonna come in and teach like Yaya-Do or something.
But I think honestly, you're right.
Pepto-Bismol, though.
I think honestly, though, you're right. Chosen, he's just really got that balance of defensive Miyagi-Do and offensive, and he knows that there is a time and place to use those certain techniques, which I really liked. I think he just really needs to come and just help everybody out, to be honest.
Chosen is the key to all this.
Yeah, that's another thing too. I felt like this episode also had another missed opportunity where I feel like there should have been a fight at the park. You know what I mean? There should have been a fight right there to hold us over until the tournament.
Yeah, that wasn't enough for me for the no fighting till the tournament. It would have served even more if they did something before.
Like, oh god, could you imagine? Like, okay, so they're at the park, right? They meet up and they actually start fighting. Have you guys ever seen The Dark Knight Rises?
Of course
I have.
Okay, you remember that part at the end where all the cops and the thugs are fighting each other? You know what I mean? And Bane and Batman, they're fighting people too, but they're trying to find each other, and they meet up in the middle. How fucking awesome would it have been if at the park they're all fighting, right? And then Robbie's taking on people, Miguel's taking on people, and then they meet in the middle. They start fighting each other. That way it holds us over until the prom fight when it gets stupid. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they dropped the ball. There shouldn't have been a fight in episode 4. I really think there should have been one.
Yeesh. It just, there wasn't enough for me. Wait, are we still on episode 4 or are we on episode 5?
No, we're on episode 4.
So there wasn't thinking about Clarence. There wasn't enough for me in it for like no fighting till the tournament. It's like no. I wanted there to be some kind of major thing first, like potentially the fight happens and Hawk gets his shave, like while it's there, like really go all in, and then you put the no fighting rules. Like you do, like not necessarily the shaving, but you do some kind of like fight there to really cement.
To really actually. Yeah, and then the result of that is the.
And then you've got like 3-4 episodes between like to the next fight. But then that's good because you have time to breathe. You can focus on character development. So when all the fights happen in the All Valley, it's like, okay, boom, boom, elbow, 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 and we can just pay stuff off properly.
Because if there was a fight at the park, it would have given more reason for Hawk to get his mohawk shaved off.
You came back to die with your city.
Yeah.
I came back to stop you. Carry on.
But yeah, I think there should have been a fight. That way, the sprinklers turn on. Cobra Kai gets pissed off. They then attack the Miyagi-Do dojo, tear it down with Robbie leading the charge. You know what I mean? And destroying everything. Something like that. Leading the charge and tearing down everything he helped build.
And then Old War Cobra Kai begins.
Yeah, exact. That make Cobra Kai more threatening. And then it feels more earned that they're pissed off, and then they go freaking shred. Me
and Jacob have said this thing about Cobra Kai's civil war happening. But your concept was more specific to like something, but we'll talk about it another time, I guess.
Yeah, but I think that is a route they could go down next season. But we'll definitely talk more about that one.
Anything to bring the threat back.
That's me. I'm the one nick my shit.
And I chose green too because this season Robbie wore green a lot. It reminded me of the green Power
Ranger. There you go. That's
my Morphin Power Rangers. Yeah.
Hey, hang on. I need to change the shade of green because it's too bright. Hang on. There we go.
That's better.
I like
The
either
only
one.
time I couldn't take Robbie seriously though was when he was in the mini mart and he was wearing that shirt with the mushrooms.
The
on
mushroom shirt. I was like, yeah, we
No.
get you're into drugs, man. Like, calm it down.
Damn.
Wait, is that when Daniel confronts him?
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Yeah,
and
I didn't
then
get
Robbie
that.
goes blah 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 blah,
Blah, blah,
and then
blah,
Silver
blah.
just
Oh, I
comes
love
behind
that.
him.
Oh,
his mushroom shirt is so
I
bizarre.
love that scene. But hang on, is that in this episode or?
That's in episode 6.
I gotta love it. Can you imagine like that
I do love
was a
that
bit of a meme, that moment where after, Daniel has that conversation with Robbie, then Silver obviously with Daniel, then like what, Johnny comes in, talks to Silver, or Kreese does, and then Johnny comes in and talks to Kreese. It just keeps going on and on and on until every character in the valley is like just like at the door basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that could bode well.
Well, yeah. I also love when Robbie like immediately. I think you mentioned this in your video, Jacob. Like as soon as Robbie sees Hawk give Kenny a hard time, he doesn't even think, and he immediately just goes over to the.
Oh, he doesn't.
Kenny.
He's like that piece of shit. And just goes
I
straight.
love
over.
that. I
Big
love that so
Kenny.
much.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
RJ. I'm protecting you out here. We're fighting for this.
Yeah.
Keeping you safe.
I love that moment, and I love the moment where he's like, I had to do something a lot worse, and and also,
Yeah, yeah,
give me a Butterfinger. Yeah, give me a Butterfinger.
Yeah, I love that moment. I love such a tender moment. It's. I mean, if they're throwing Rocky parallels, it's literally when Rocky trains. Was it Tommy Gunn? Is that it?
Yeah, Tommy
Yeah,
Gunn, the biggest snake.
I haven't seen the first one.
And I'm doing a disservice to Kenny by comparing him to that piece of shit. But the point holds true that Rocky trains up an apprentice that he has to fight at the end of the movie. Which in this case, Robbie has to fight Kenny. No, Hawk's character arc this season is great, but it's very.
Yeah, why was he a bully there? That didn't make sense. I was like, why are you bullying him? It was weird.
Yeah, I was like, eesh.
Yeah,
Eesh.
and Robbie.
Wait, which part?
What Robbie said too, where Hawk bullies Kenny, and he's like, where he like makes him drop all the.
Do you know, that's interesting because to me, I didn't initially see it as bullying, based on the context of Cobra Kai and how the Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang students have come together to combat it. I thought it was a moment. Well, when Bert and Nate were doing that stuff, it was funny. But with like Hawk, it was kind of like he was defending them because he grabbed Kenny because Kenny was going to go for them. He's going to do that, that freaking punch he did to Kyler. Yeah. He's kind of like a one-punch wonder. He gets that ultimate power if he lands with one hit. Like, although he is more skilled than those two, Bert and Nate now especially. He's. I think it was just a moment of Hawk kind of making him learn. Like, if I assert myself now, I think he'll learn not to do this again. But then it gets a bit unlucky with the whole drive-in stuff.
Yeah,
that was unnecessary by Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I can imagine that. I mean, it was a very confusing scene for me as well. But I think maybe it was a kind of an overcorrection. Because Hawk, that he wanted to, after the whole thing with Cobra Kai and everything, that he wanted to show to Nate and Bert, now I'm with you, something like that, So I protect you now, I'm on your side now. But it was just a little kid, and unnecessary. Yes.
Yeah, the driving scene was so weird. Like,
I just wanted there to be a fight there.
Me too. Yeah.
It was the
It was
perfect
so anticlimactic.
Yeah, it was like the Warriors, like when they have the Baseball Furies fight the Warriors.
They didn't go all in on that one. They should have.
I think I don't know if COVID got in the way of that, or it was just script based on just the way they tried to progress it and kind of show that Miguel stuff. Like, he did this. Like, I was a bit annoyed about that. I don't think that was great.
Yeah, I was also annoyed with what Robbie said to Miguel, where he's like, "You remember what happened the last time?"
Yeah,
I was like, "Why are you proud of that? You almost killed him. Why are you proud of that?"
That was a bit too.
But even I said, "Hey, Robbie, come here. Robbie, come here.
Yeah.
Sit down."
Anytime Robbie says that, I immediately like, okay, Robbie, I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
You get like injured.
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
we
that
did
was
with
like,
Will.
why are you
Yeah,
proud
something
for almost killing him? Like,
Yeah, it's like he gets really
What?
arrogant sometimes.
Yeah,
I
he
think
gets
that's
high off
just.
it. Where he's like,
That's his most arrogant moment, yeah.
Hating on Robbie.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
really
even
good.
season 3, he had that, you know, where he's just like,
Yeah, it's just
where he
The way
sees
he talks to
Miguel,
Miguel.
and then he's about to punch him. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
you literally put this boy in hospital.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
you
what kind of
put this
mushrooms are
guy-
you smoking, man? Like, jeez.
You put this guy in hospital, and the first thing you do when you come out is, hey! And then, you know, the next season, you're like, you remember what happened the last time before, right? Yeah, Robbie, come here, sit down.
Yeah, but to be fair, he only did that to Miguel because Miguel showed mercy. So I don't know why Robbie's proud of that. That was a little weird.
Yeah,
That's just the dark path he's gone on.
Yeah.
Eruption
That's the fact that
in the valley.
mentality of Cobra Kai seeping
Yeah.
in. Little asshole.
And that was the first time they talked in a while since when he saw them at the dojo.
Back at.
You know?
Oh yeah. That's why I don't get why. That's why I don't get why these two clans behind me can't just get on like me and Jacob. It's really simple.
Man.
Really freaking simple.
Oh, yeah.
Just get your
Yeah.
tea and go. Good day, mate.
Yeah, you know
Like,
what? Everyone, raise
Aussie
your cup.
would,
Raise your cup.
right? Good day, mate. And then just
Good day, mate. And then
throw it over your
Yeah,
shoulder.
throw it
Drink
and
it.
then
Yeah.
fucking
Brown,
dash
where's your
the cup
mug?
throw the cup out the window and then, yeah.
Brown
I
doesn't
don't
have
know.
a mug.
Yes.
Oh, that was good.
See,
All right, everyone,
There we
everyone,
go.
raise a toast. At
I'm gonna annoy RJ and show the Batman one as well. That matches with my. Oh look, RJ, same color.
Ooh, symmetry.
Alex, I love your mug.
Oh, thank
Wait,
you.
what's
Yeah.
Alex's mug?
Right, okay, everyone,
Oh mate,
everyone raise
is that
your,
the is that the
everyone raise your cup towards the camera.
the Mugtron 5000?
Yeah.
No, it's
we need to
Raisin
read that.
Brand.
Okay.
My arm's getting tired. Sorry.
Really? Oh yeah, that is much heavier, but Jesus, man. Imagine you trying to pick up a Captain America shield, huh?
Or Thor's hammer.
Oh, if you get like the strongman one though, completely different story. Because that's like fitness. Like that stuff is you can't lift that like for even 5 minutes. It's that heavy. We saw some full hammers today. Why didn't we buy one, Jacob?
It just didn't feel right.
You know what? This Comic Con, me and Jacob weren't vibing, so we were like, you know what?
The
Even if
vibe
I could,
wasn't there. We
even
got
if I was
there,
worthy,
and it literally, we walked in there. We're like, yo, oh, whoa, right.
we met some cool people though. But
Cool, yeah, shout out to them if they're watching. But
yeah, it was just,
cool individual.
it's just it's not like MCM. Or,
And it's
I'm not gonna lie,
was-
but I feel like I
was
could have.
geeing this thing up, like I was hyping it up, and I was like, "Yeah, you're gonna love it. It's gonna be sick, bro." And we roll up. I'm like, "Oh, God."
I think that example you gave was really good at the time. I can't remember what exactly it was.
Because it was so different. Like, it was just like that 3/4 of the whole Comic Con wasn't even there. Just like,
Mm.
what are you doing?
Did they cut it down though, or like was it
A
just
lot.
like that?
A
Yes,
lot.
but the
They
COVID's
cut
not
it
as
pretty
bad
short.
now.
Hmm.
At least 3/4 out. But just to back onto. So in terms of episode 4, does everyone feel pretty good?
Brown, did you cover everything you said?
Did you say?
I mean,
I-
look up.
I don't have to say. I don't have to add anything. I guess it's just
Okay.
everything was said, and also as a stream before I told about the fighting scene things, and so I feel very good. Yeah.
Badass.
It was
So-
one of my least favorite episodes. That's for sure.
Agree.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as what's about to come. So, Brown, what color? Any color?
Purple.
Yeah.
Wow, influence.
Influence much. Said Brown.
No, Hawk's purple mohawk. She was gonna say it anyway.
You know.
How do you know though? How do you know?
Juliana's like
Yeah,
secretly
just mind reading out here.
using chaos magic.
Chaos
No,
magic.
Brown and I are on the same page about a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, team up. Me,
Oh,
Alex,
that's
and
good
Jacob.
stuff.
You're going down, ladies. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
When did you
We're-
become a competition? I just said
We're-
that we're on
we're
the
the-
same
We
We're
have
the
Raisin
nuance.
Brand. The competition is
nuance.
over.
That's sorry. Hold on. That's just
The Mr. Nuances, and you are.
You just need me or you. That's it. It's
I'm sorry, but we're like the Infinity Gauntlet and
You
the
can't-
Stones, but
Where's your nuance?
I decide where the nuance is applied. I'm the master. I'm the divine god.
Oh,
Where's your nuance, Juliana? There's no Marvel poster in your room.
Yeah, where's your Marvel stuff?
Oh,
Where's your Cobra Kai stuff, huh?
You guys want to see a poster? Shoot.
Oh, don't pull down your curtain.
Okay. You want to flex camp? You want to flex
No,
posters?
don't make me do it. Don't make me pull out my bloody Marvel collection, please.
Oh, please don't let me
I can't be
flex
bothered
my.
to go and get my pop vinyls, so you'll just have to take my word for it.
Oh, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna have to do. That's
I'm
a
gonna
direct.
have to do exactly the same thing now.
You know what? Screw this.
No.
I'm gonna grab mine.
No, I can't.
Screw it. Deadpool flask. Right,
Here we
that's one. All right, let's find some other stuff.
Dear.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, it's
Can't be bothered.
3-4 in the morning. I can't be bothered.
Woohoo!
Damn.
Look at that.
Put that on a shirt.
Oh, look at that.
Put that on a shirt, bro. Oh. No.
Okay. Whose signature is that?
Oh my god, here we go. Yeah, okay.
This is so good.
That's him signing it. It says, "I have nuance."
Hey, no.
William Zabka.
I'm gonna drop the mic with the best thing. You ready?
Mm.
Oh no.
That's one of the best movies, though.
Do you know what the best thing actually is? This.
Ouch. Christ.
Actually, no, that's not the
Love way
best
he
thing.
poses, like,
This is the best thing. I got a treat for you guys. So
yeah. Well,
Oh,
don't normally do this with people.
I feel like we're in class and we're basically flexing, our shit on people. I love it.
Okay, watch this.
You've got a traffic light. What the fuck?
oh, it gets better. Hang on. It gets better. Hang on. Hang on.
I love how I got. Wait. You got a fucking traffic light. What?
Hang on. Hang on.
Slow
Why
down,
do you
everyone.
have a traffic
We're going
light?
Hang
too
on.
fast. Slow down.
Slow down. There you
That's
go.
wait. You know what? Oh my god,
Traffic light. What the?
that would be great. That would
I
be
stole
great.
it off of Reseda Boulevard.
Wait.
Hey, send me one of them.
Alex, you are a genius for buying that. I'll tell you why.
Why?
If anybody interrupts you again, you just press that, and then they can see that the green light starts to go
Stop.
amber, then red.
Yeah. Stop. Go. Alright, I better put this away. I'll be right back.
Guys in the chat talking about posters and stuff, you're not relevant because you can't show them. So shut up about your posters.
There's a reason why some of you are in the chat. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, King, no one, King, RJ, Tristan, Lisa. Sorry guys, but
Mustang.
Your poster's a joke. I'm gonna put this back.
Poster meal. But aside from show and tell, a nice little fun couple of minutes of whatever that was. So we're choosing purple. Purple is the color we're sticking with, yeah?
Yep.
So
Thanks, Brown.
with the theme of what's going on there? So yes, yeah. Coincidentally, the same two didn't want me to get my hair cut. So purple being the theme of what the episode we're about to talk talk about. English, I like Jar Jar. Is they tease us by giving him that beautiful pink, purple.
Pink?
It's
Did you just say pink?
Yes, I said pink. It's 4 in the
I
morning.
thought you were
Alright,
divine.
I'm kicking you out of
I am
this
still
stream.
divine. You,
Yeah.
man, don't even. I'll send you flying out of here.
Oh, no
Purple
mercy.
is a tease of how good he looked with it by them shaving it off at the end of it. That was just like, why did
Just
you do that?
cruel.
Like,
Just
really
cruel.
But the episode itself,
So short.
like going off of the way the last one ended, like that one's ending was good with Silver and Kreese walking into the dojo and then the opening carrying straight in. But then after that, the title card was great. But after that, it just, I don't know. I don't really have too much to say on this episode other like the montage of with Johnny on the beach, that was cool. But it felt like this is the epicenter of Johnny and Daniel taking, drama center stage again, when we could be focusing on Eli adapting to Miyagi-Do. We could be focusing on just more important stuff. But I felt like we dealt with this, but they found some way to kind of carry it on again. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at the bit here where Johnny grabs he pulls the guy off his scooter and he smashes it against the ground. But I think for me, and I don't know how you guys feel, this episode has funny moments, but I think if I was to take away one thing from it, it's Silver and Crease's conversation in the restaurant. It's the moment where it's like, you know, what about striking first? You took the man's son. And it's like, Crease is like, wait, what? That's striking first? Like, yeah, it is, John. You took the man's son. Cyclops, the boy. All right, well, hold the phone. Yeah, come back to me when you know comics properly.
RJ, please shush. Otherwise, I'll have to block you from this
just because
live
you lot
stream.
wanted to see Logan smashing Jean in a weird fan fiction, I don't need to see that in my characters. Let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is.
RJ, just please leave your fantasies out of the stream. Thank you.
Yeah, go on Reddit and rubbish. I don't need that crap.
Yeah, please have nuance, guys.
Please have nuance. It's important.
Like, go to the doctor for nuance if you need.
They can prescribe you some. But I wouldn't mind.
You can get them in vitamins.
Where Hawk gets his shaved. They could have made that quite an even more like haunting scene than it was. Yes. They could have extended it just a little bit more. Maybe had the fight go on just a little bit longer, like the struggle. That it's maybe, you know, Robbie Tori just standing to the side watching Kyler and the goons, you know, duke it out with Eli, because we know this guy can fight, but it felt like in that situation, as much as he was caught off by surprise, it felt like they underpowered him for me a little bit.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you know, Hawk would have just fly kicked the first one in the face and then just booted the other one out the door. But then once they had a grip of him and the Mohawk was coming off, then you get the fight scene between Johnny and Daniel was cool, and it cements that they're both yin and yang, perfectly balanced. It felt like it was.
I knew all that before.
It was, you know, we're retreading the old ground again, where it's like, you know, I want to see focus on one thing. Like, we've spent the last 3 seasons doing this. Like, can we not do this anymore? And I think after this season, it's finally said and done. But it's
Could you imagine though if it's not?
I swear. Kenny.
I've got to quickly say thank you to Mustang for saying that. I think they're talking about the background. Guys, RJ, please stop being a nuisance in the chat. Otherwise, we'll have to block you permanently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming forward.
King as well.
Yeah, like that's pretty much
your comment of still funny is very offensive. Please refrain from such words.
That's pretty much how I feel about the mid-season.
RJ,
thing,
please stop playing victim by saying sorry, blame Fox.
Let's just leave RJ in the dust. Leave him doing whatever he's doing.
Just leave his little 5.
Has Alex still not returned from putting his traffic light away?
Just do whatever you're doing over there.
That's how you kindly ask someone to stop doing something. Just be really polite.
Yeah, but
actually work.
I agree with
these guys are.
Really, dude.
Oh my god, that's a meme. That's actually a meme. Wait, I laughed earlier on because Alex made a noise and he laughed.
Oh my gosh.
Mind the freaking noise Jacob does all the time.
Alex.
What's that?
The fire.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. No, I know what you mean.
Is he still putting his traffic light away?
So slow down, Alex. Slow down. You're going too quick.
Alex, don't get caught in traffic, mate. Just press just go when it's green.
Maybe it's turned red and now he can't come back.
You guys in the chat do not have the power.
What's that?
I say what I want, damn it. This ain't your stream. You know what? You're no longer MMA King Jr.
No. We were saying earlier about edgelord. Can people stop being that guy on the opposite side of the fence just to be on the opposite side of the fence?
King, sorry mate. You're no longer King. You're just MMA Junior. All right. I'm gonna call you that from now on.
Cut the cow shit and just like stop, doing all the malarkey. Like,
sorry, I'm actually gonna just call you Junior now. JR.
Shit almighty.
RJ and JR.
But let's ignore those. Let's just ignore the guys in the chat. I love you guys, but just let's focus on
Cine Mamba. Sorry, mate. Remember what I said about Lion King Extra, yeah?
Yeah, let's just leave them over there for a moment.
Yeah, I'm just having some.
Back to the meat and potatoes of.
Sorry, I just had to have some interaction with the lovely people on our live stream.
I mean, yeah,
they're
don't
just
worry.
so nuanced. I absolutely love it. It's so nice to see.
Jesus Christ. But you know what we're gonna do now is we're gonna ignore the just
The Sinister Six.
Yeah, the Muppets over there.
The donuts in the chat.
You donut. You muppet.
Yeah,
You freaking donut.
We're gonna get back to the point of
Episode 5.
the mid-season.
Mm-hmm.
I basically said all I
Oh.
wanted to say in regards to it, where it has moments that hit and the soundtrack's great, but it felt like for me it was the weakest of the mid-seasons, you know. And when you think of like the context of what's going on, like I said, with Hawk getting his mohawk shaved off, like it's a moment that, you know, in the show it should be like a really haunting, scary moment. It's like he's had this thing since season 1, key part of his character, and episode 6 does a good job like carrying that kind of over. But I feel like they could have done more with that, and the fight with Johnny and Daniel just distracted from it, and I wasn't able to fully enjoy one or the other because it was split between both. As cool as the fight was, and the acting by Jacob when he walks into the Miyagi dojo and he pulls the hood down, and you know it's just like wafers on the side of his head, and he's broken, he's devastated, he's heartbroken at the whole thing. It's almost like his soul has been ripped from his body. Like it's like there's no other way to describe it other than that the hair was an extension of himself, and the hair was pretty much key to him becoming the best version of himself. And for him, it probably felt like that his hair was defining him. And then he goes on a good arc like from here on out. But this whole like mid-season stuff where like, you know, Johnny and Miguel, Daniel and Sam, like it reaches a point where it's just like, oh man. And I suppose they did it for this reason, to make them lose at the end. It just, I don't know. I feel like they could have gone about it a different way, but you know, that's mostly all I have to say about it. It's just the kind of, you know, eh.
Yeah.
But what about you, Shamoon? And then we'll just go around it.
Yeah, the whole thing with, you know, Eli's mohawk, a lot of us saw that coming. But I like the way they addressed it, that being the reason why Johnny and Daniel ended up breaking up, made no sense. They both freaking double KO'd each other. Surely they should have loads of respect for each other. And Cine Mamba, please get some help.
Let's just understand who the chosen one is. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, this episode was a bit rocky. You know, it was one of those episodes where, you know, you're kind of like, you still need to do that. Are we going down that Daniel Johnny?
It could have been avoided.
You know, hole again. It's just, I think that was the part of the episode that was kind of the downfall, really. You know, I think in turn though, I have to think of it in a positive way. A lot of the things that happened in this did set up some good moments for the following episodes. Like the stuff with Hawk set up some really nice interaction with Dimitri and him, and how he ends up joining Miyagi-Do. So I don't want to be so critical in this episode, because some moments in this episode definitely led to good moments in other episodes. It's like the sacrifice, you know. Just thinking, like, if there's anything else that was very significant in this episode. Well, we get that interaction at the start, because obviously the Daniel, Johnny, Kreese, Silver interaction is very tense, and you know, I want to ask you guys this, because I know how I feel about it, but how did you feel when Daniel said the stuff he did and then Silver walks off? Because I totally agree with Daniel for him to feel like that, especially Silver coming out of the blue, out of nowhere, and with Kreese kind of asserting what's going to happen is kind of a threatening thing. But like, yeah, did you think Daniel was in the right to react like that, or do you think he should have really listened and felt nuanced?
It would have been nice for him
Silver
to
now,
but I suppose I completely understand why he did what he did. I just think that Daniel, being like the hothead that he still is, you know, without really, I mean, I get it. It's one of them kind of things where, you know, we want him to listen to Silver, but at the same time, I can completely understand why he's not. You know, he felt Silver's tricks before, you know, and to Daniel's understanding, you know, to tie it into like the rest of the season, when everything comes full circle at the end, it's almost like Daniel never would have known that Silver was actually a changed person for the better, and would probably still believe he was that way inclined already, because he never knew. So it's just, I think it's just one of them things where it's just, you know, I think Silver's reaction to it as well is a bit overblown. It's like, we're going to wipe the floor with that arrogant prick. I'm like, all right, calm down. Like, you
gotta understand why he's
like, you know,
reacting like that.
Yeah, you can just kind of go where, you know, I understand why you're reacting in such a way with all the shit that I put you through. Like, there's a lot of levels to it.
Yeah, I think Daniel was perfectly in the right, especially because it wasn't like Silver tried to get in contact with him and have a chat with him one-on-one. You know, the first time Daniel's seen this guy in years, he's storming into Miyagi-Do, which is a sacred place for him, with Kreese. So obviously, you know, he knows that something's not right, because Kreese, you know, at the end of season 3, they had this big fight and they were trying to kill each other. So, you know, obviously if Silver's going to try and apologize with Kreese there, I don't think that Daniel had any reason to believe what Silver was saying was true. At the same time, though, of course, a little bit more nuance would have been nice. But I think in that situation, the reaction was pretty spot on. I don't think I would have reacted any differently, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have been better, though, if they did show a little bit more of Daniel's PTSD regarding that, because I think it did really affect him. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with Juliana. So yeah, I don't know, can I speak or?
Yeah, go for it. Of course.
Alex? I don't know. Yeah,
I'll go after you. Yeah.
I was, like I said, the scene before, I was so, I didn't like the mid-season final this time. It wasn't exciting in my opinion. I really didn't need the fight between Johnny and Daniel. Maybe not in this moment, maybe in another moment it would have be more interesting for me, but it destroyed a little bit. Sorry if I use these strong words, yeah, but I don't have nuanced words, you know.
Sometimes I wish I'd never actually.
That's such a polite way of saying I might need to swear.
No.
I love that. I've never said the word nuance, because now it's literally just like
yeah, it destroyed the shaving scene. I was so excited for this scene. I wanted to see Hawk suffering. I wanted to see their relief. And
it might have been
the scene and violence, and I just saw a fight. I wasn't really interested into it. It was between this annoying sensei. Yeah, you know, I don't have words, you know, but it was just like, I was so done with this rivalry between them, and then it was just like, now they're fighting for no reason, and the Hawk scene was so just not enough.
And the fact that it's
not enough.
It was not enough. I don't think so. No.
Brown, that's so evil.
Not the way they showed it. You know?
Oh no, I know what you mean. No,
I think it could have been darker.
I thought we were going to see a bit of the hair getting snipped off.
I think they should have showed more of the struggle.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said in the last stream, was that they should have showed him probably clenching his hair that came off or something.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Fight harder. Let him fight harder.
Exactly. That's what I said last stream. Yeah, that's what I said last stream.
What if instead of like them like showing his literally his hair coming off, all you see is a shot of the floor, and you could just see the hair falling down onto the floor, and you just hear him go, "No, man."
Alex was saying the last time is it could just be a shot like that.
Exactly, and then it's a shot like that, and Robbie, as Robbie's walking out, he looks at Hawk, gives a little smirk, but then that smirk kind of fades away because he's like, Oh shit! What did I just do? Like,
Listen,
that
they
didn't
could
really
go
help
with Zack
anything,
Snyder
you
on
know?
it. I'm just saying that to annoy King because I know he loves the Snyder. Favorite person in the world. But
But
no,
the fact
seriously,
that,
they could have made it very cinematic. Yeah, that's a
but
good point, bro.
yeah, really good point. But the fact that, you know, this really distressed kid, after getting, you know, part of his identity taken away from him forcefully, he walks into Miyagi
Yeah.
dojo, and instead of his senseis trying to comfort him,
They're busy
they're
bickering.
arguing.
Again.
And then instead of coming together and being like, wow, we really need to work together, look what just happened to Hawk, they
Should have been the
split.
catalyst for them to come together, but
Exactly. And it wasn't. And
Like what we're
it
always saying,
felt,
Jacob.
it just did not feel right. It
Yeah.
really,
and
and then Hawk has to leave with Eagle Fang, and then can't even be consoled by, you know, Dimitri or
and with the way
anyone.
he's been treated since he got with Johnny, them beating the crap out of him like in the first episode, that's all we have to go off of how he's been treated there. So
That's
you
it.
had all that happen to you, and you're like, yeah, great, I'm going to a dojo where I just get beaten up all day. Like it's, you know, how much more of a worthless piece of shit are you gonna feel like?
And especially with the aftermath, it really kind of cemented to me that Johnny doesn't really care about Hulk.
Yeah.
No, I didn't like that at all.
Get him down in a way, and twice.
I'm kind of mixed on that because they never really addressed how Johnny felt. But the only time they did is when he was
In the Old
about
Valley.
to fight Miguel in the tournament, going, he joined Miyagi-Do. Like
Yeah,
he
exactly.
didn't know about Dimitri, you know, going to Eli about that stuff. Like it just wasn't in his mind, and I thought it was a bit harsh when everyone's like, "Oh, Johnny, Johnny forgave me, he forgot Eli," because it really wasn't like written in a way to make us go, "Oh, Johnny would like f that," because Eli went with him. It's kind of weird though. I wish they had a conversation. Maybe
Yeah,
he
they
just
should have
had
at
a
least
quick
had a
cry.
conversation about it.
I mean,
but
that's the thing. First of all, they never even addressed how Johnny felt after Eli left and joined Miyagi-Do. That's the first thing.
Yeah, that
And
was
then-
weird why they didn't do that.
Yeah, and so then by the time it gets to the tournament, like, you don't know if they've spoken or not or anything, and so
yeah,
he's suddenly
it's just
calling
left
him the
completely
enemy.
up
You
in
know?
the air. It's just left
Yeah.
completely.
Considering Eli becomes the champion, you know, I'm very surprised they didn't give this moment with Johnny and Eli.
Yes, I know.
Because it really contradicts the whole flip the script stuff from the beginning with Hawk and Johnny, because they had this really cool relationship.
Yeah.
Like he was like he really digged his sensei.
Exactly.
I know
Yeah.
he went to Crease after, of course, and forgot Johnny, but
Yeah, but then at the end of season 3, like towards the end, Johnny reminds Hawk, "I made you who you are," and now suddenly
yes,
like,
and then
he
he
has no
completely forgot.
opinion.
season
on
4 he gets the punishment with the sweeps.
Yeah, but then after that, it's like we don't know how Johnny feels or thinks about Hawk.
Yeah, it's very, it's like what they saving that for a spin-off. Like it just explain that stuff.
Yeah, we don't need a book or a spin-off. Just explain it within the confines of the show.
I don't actually know why that wasn't addressed.
And
It really
again,
doesn't
that-
make sense.
Yeah, and again, that could be like a time thing, but then at the same time, this episode is only 29 minutes. Usually the mid-season is quite long because something big and juicy happens.
I'm actually surprised that I'm going to bring up episode 9 just for length, but I was surprised that in episode 5 were shorter episodes.
Yeah.
Like you said, make them big, juicy episodes.
But just extend it by at least 10 minutes or so. You can do a lot.
Just
in
give
10
us
minutes.
that extra
Oh,
fluff.
yeah.
You
Not
can do a
fluff,
lot.
the
You
extra
can do a lot
goodness.
in 10 minutes. Like you don't always need like extra episodes. You can do like 10 minutes of story can give you all you need sometimes.
All in.
All in, not 50%. All in. Just about 10 minutes, maybe 5 to 10 minutes of more story, just to expand on a few things, and it can make all the difference. Just like simple scenes, simple scenes of Johnny's reaction to Eli, simple scenes of like Hawk, training with Miyagi, all that kind of stuff. There's stuff that they could have just expanded upon so much more than they did.
It was weird.
And then, of course, like after episode 5, I mean, we'll get into more of that next time. But then there's the whole hardly any conversations between Daniel and Eli as well.
No.
So
I actually am very based on the way they set up Eli in season 3. I know he had more screen time then, but season 4, him becoming a champion, you would have thought he's going to have more time with Johnny just to kind of explain things, with what we were saying. And yeah, that's the stuff with the whole medal. Why hasn't that been addressed when that played?
Yeah.
It's so secret to
I
Daniel
did a whole
still.
video on that it would be so fascinating to see Eli talking to Daniel about.
Why did they avoid that? I genuinely thought that was going to happen this season.
Yeah. And I think
they're
that
saving
they
it for
needed that to
season
happen.
5 because he is more confident now in himself winning the championship, and
Maybe
because
he
he's back with
admits it
Moon, and Moon's kiss is something sacred and gives you good luck, according to Moon. Because
maybe. Sorry, you go.
No. I was finished.
Maybe he will have a conversation with Chosen about it.
And then Chosen snitches on him.
Maybe I'm just saying, maybe Chosen feels like he can relate a bit more because he hasn't always been, this self-righteous, defense-only Miyagi-Do student. He's very flawed, and he's had to do a lot of work to come out of the dark place that he used to be at. So maybe they can relate. I don't know if that'll happen though, but.
This is kind of things I didn't even think about till now. Like the stuff, I know Hawk didn't get a lot of screen time, but the way they set up his arc for season 4, from season 3 to 4, and him winning, it's kind of anticlimactic now thinking about it, because even though no one was expecting it really to see him win, it's like they could have done more to kind of make it of more value.
Yeah.
So you value him winning as much as if it was Miguel or Robbie, because everybody was like, Miguel or Robbie's going to win. Robbie's going to win. Mainly Robbie though.
Yeah,
I'm actually thinking they could have done more with Hawk with that conversation and the other thing.
Especially in the build up to it. I mean, it gets to a point where it's like, and this is why extra time or an extra episode just to fill it out a little bit, because you literally come from the bit of like Stingray getting beaten up, like, okay, bang, now we're in the All Valley. It's like, whoa, like what happened? Like, where's the anticipation for it? Where's the build up? Why are we not letting this stuff fester a little bit more? Eli Miyagi-Do, like, let's explore a bit of that. A bit more of Miguel's training, a bit more of what Sam's training with. All that kind of stuff. Robbie and Tori, all these little details that they just kind of missed.
It's interesting as well how we're already moving on from episode 5 to talk about the rest, because it just really feels like there's not too much to talk about with episode 5.
Well, I have a couple of things to say regarding episode 5 that I thought was really stupid. So episode 5, like, as much as I can't even say loved, like that's what hurts. As much as it was kind of cool to see them have their rematch, it felt so unnecessary. I don't know how to say it. Like, I remember when it was first playing and I was watching it, I was like, who's asking for this? Like, I didn't understand it. As cool as it was just like, it was so bizarre, because like, you're telling me these 50-year-old men are about to have a rematch for something they had when they were 17? Like, it was just, it was so weird.
And it felt more like nostalgia just to see them fight again, and I think it was just but I don't get the whole fight was pointless because they still ended up breaking up. The whole point of the fight was to find respect for each other. That's why they fought.
It unified them more than anything.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Fucking square one.
The audacity of Daniel to use the pressure points technique against Johnny.
I mean,
that was
over a point. Like,
and
really?
after
the ego.
After he'd received the scroll, gone through all this training with Chosen in season 3, and it was this whole pressure points thing was built up to be like something that you only use in dire situations. It's what people use
kind of
in wars, and then Daniel just uses it in this fight. Like, jeez.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that that I think in retaliation, Johnny deserves to use the dragon technique on Johnny, which would initially hurt Daniel, maybe kill him. But I think it's fair because he used the pressure points.
I mean, he countered the pressure points, which was, I mean, hey, god damn.
That's
cool.
I bet that shocked Daniel.
What I don't like about it is that it cheapens the move. Like, I don't. It's
exactly
like in Star Wars when you have like secret moves that only the Jedi Council know. Like, they don't give it to everyone because it's a specific move or a specific power. that only the highest of the elite know, because you can only use it sporadically. If Daniel's just going around pressure pointing, it cheapens the value of it for me. So when it is needed in a dire situation, it's like, oh, now you're just gonna do that. When in season 3, when they use it, it's like, oh shit, pressure point. You know, it's got to be something that I want to be used sporadically, but to use it just to get a point on Johnny, I was like, how like petty can you be? Like,
that's another thing that bothered me too.
Like
is that he
underhanded tactic right there. I didn't sit right with me. I was like, this is your ally, not your enemy. Like, what the hell are you doing? And then you have the gall to tell Johnny about what he's doing. What about what you just pulled? Like, that move is not.
I know.
Like, that's naughty.
Silly boy. Very silly boy.
Silly Laputo.
The thing that bothered me about that move is that he used it to save. He used that move to save Johnny's life, and then later on he uses that on Johnny just for a point. It's like,
you know what?
Oh god, I kind of wish that Chosen didn't teach him. I kind of wish that Chosen didn't teach him that move now.
Wait, what if Johnny tells Chosen this, and then does that mean Chosen will teach him a technique? And then say, like, yeah, try that again and use that in anyone in a stupid little fight. That means nothing.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it.
I want Chosen to like, let Daniel, like, realize that you do not use these techniques for stupid little things.
No, you use them...
Goes back to what Miyagi said. Karate's not about trophy.
Yeah, and as cool as it was to see Johnny training to... As cool as it was and funny to see him training to counter, you know, the crane technique, you know what I mean? Yeah. It was also so childish, because it's like, what are you doing? Like, what Miguel was like, you guys are really gonna fight right now? Like, there's so many other things.
Point.
Yeah.
Now that was fun.
Their rematch is pretty much like the reason... It's one of the reasons why Robbie left, you know what I mean? It was because they can't get along, you know?
Yeah,
they keep
it
bickering.
goes back to, like, that scene in Season 3 when they're outside Juvie, and
yeah, and he's like, really? You guys are still fighting?
Still fighting? He's like, this is why I'm leaving, because you two just don't...
Yeah. And I don't blame him for leaving after Episode 5. He's accomplished more this season than they have.
This serves, like, Miguel and Robbie as well, is like, you know, it pushes Robbie away, and then it pushes Miguel away. It's like, you two can't sort your shit out. Like, you're pushing everyone away because you two just can't just get along, you know? And it gets to the point where it's like, you know, they'll always argue because that's part of the fun, like the humor of it. But it gets to a situation where it's just kind of like, okay, guys, calm down. Like, you're overselling.
Yeah. In my opinion, it was a ridiculous midlife crisis fight.
Down with the kids.
Yeah.
Down with the kids.
Yeah. I liked it. It was cool. I mean, it was cool seeing them have a rematch, but it's just so weird. Yeah, like I would have preferred like something like that for, you know, I thought they were kind of setting up something like, you know, if these two can have like some kind of rematch, maybe Robbie and Miguel can, but maybe Robbie and Miguel's rematch can be something where it's just the two of them, no one else is there. It's just the two of them.
Just me and Jacob.
It's just the two of them. They're 2-2. They're about to go for the last point, and it cuts to black. You know, we don't know who won. It's just between the two of them, and they form a respect. You know what I mean?
You end it right there. Bang on that moment.
Yeah.
That's what you do. They're just, I don't know. It's. But I don't want. I also want to say I don't want people to get the wrong impression, like we're ragging on the show. It's just a missed opportunity kind of thing. It's not like, oh, it's the worst show ever. It's like, you know, we're talking about a show that's literally been back-to-back seasons, consistent to the point where the only thing we have to complain about is just story choices, which is good. That's a good kind of complaint to have, in comparison to like other properties nowadays. That, you know, there are a whole plethora of things to complain about, but it's more just missed opportunities and just decisions that, you know, I think mostly because I think season 3 set the tone so well. I think this season, it doesn't enhance season 3 for me. It only subtracts from it, like, and not always in a bad way, but, you know, it just it doesn't really add so much to it. It just subtracts a little bit. And when you watch season 3, you're like, man, damn, they really changed some stuff here. So like when you see Daniel do the pressure points on Kreese in the season 3 finale, you're like, well, that means nothing because he does it to Johnny just on a fly in 5 episodes from now, just because, you know, I don't want them to go down that road too much, because then it's just like, okay, we can do it because we can, rather than is there an actual quantifiable reason for Daniel using the said maneuver. And then
that's why I didn't like the headband thing as well.
Yeah, it's just all that. It's literally that awkward period between
Should have
those
just
two
given me
episodes.
the headband.
Yeah.
Should have just kept the headband away.
I only like their rematch because it closes the book on their rivalry. Kind of like
Right.
they're both good, they're both equal.
Yes.
We're moving on. You know, that's the only thing it does for me. Really,
The takedown was
everything
sick.
else it just seems childish. You know.
Gotta rise above it.
Yeah, you gotta rise up here.
It seems like the kids are more mature than they are.
This is
To
what I'm
be
saying. Like
honest.
the adult.
We've
the
been saying
adults
this,
failed the
Jacob.
kids. The adults failed the kids. The kids are way more advanced than the adults are this season. Like, I mean, aside from the petty drama that they have, like the teenage stuff, like, you know, the stuff we talked about earlier, by and large, Sam is open to new styles. Robbie is preaching both styles working. Miguel wants to learn Miyagi-Do and learn that way. Like, they're learning, and Hawk, you know, finds his balance with Miyagi-Do, but still uses Cobra Kai to win. Like, the kids are open to it. It's just that these, like Johnny, Kreese, and Daniel, are just so like set in their way up here that they can't look past it. And you know, what's that expression he said in season 2, where it's like see the forest through the trees or something like that. Where it's just, you know, their way is the only way. There is no other way, and it takes literally a 1v1 match mid-season. All the stakes are raised. Student to get his head shaved for them to go, yeah,
We need a rematch. Yeah.
a rematch.
Did anyone else
yeah.
feel that there was certain, like, did anyone else feel that the tone was just a bit different in season 4? I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it just felt like seasons 1 to 3 were a little bit of a different show in terms of.
I think
I
this
get
is
that,
this is
yeah.
the Netflix
transition.
transition, and I think it did seem like, I think season 5 is going to see where it's fully settled. I think season 4 it wasn't fully settled. Even though
I think
the
everything
show
we
was
want
made.
from season 4 is what season 5
Season
will be.
5 will
That's
be,
what I
yeah.
think. Yeah.
And yeah, season 5 is in that territory now. It's like, you know, with Marvel, when they've built
Mm.
up the Avengers films, they now can do the big mama things. Like, look at No Way
Yeah.
Home, for example.
Yep.
It's built on a backbone now. It's built on nuance. It's built on context. Now you can do all this crazy stuff, and it won't be like stupid. So that's why they'll be able to do this stuff in season 5. Like, I mean, a lot of people would have never seen that coming from day one, but Miguel and Robbie coming together, maybe. You know, Sam and Tori actually hugging, not arguing. Hugs, not hits. I think they should actually take that advice.
Yeah, I think season 5 will be another season 3 because
Kenny and Hawk being best friends with, I don't know, geeky stuff. But yeah, that could come full circle.
Because season 3 it felt so dangerous, but season 4 felt more chill.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know how to put it. It's like
It
going
depends.
from the
It's
first
on certain
Avengers
moments
to
it
Age of
is.
Ultron. It's kind of like
I think
there's
it's
a tonal shift.
Maybe it's the mid
Yeah.
between shit gets real nasty in season 5.
Because episode 1 sets everything up where you're like, oh shit, like this is gonna get crazy.
Yeah, it kind of went a bit flat.
Maybe 4 is the silent before the storm.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Who knows? I think
That's
season
how I see
5
it,
will
to
be
be
another
fair.
season 3.
That's honestly how I see it.
Yeah, season 5 as well just seems like a more interesting point in the story. There's no fighting before the tournament restrictions. It just seems like there's a lot more open possibilities
Open world
now.
nature to it.
Yeah.
It's not confined by the rules of a tournament.
Yeah. But one thing I did like about season 3 that makes it the best is because everyone was kind of separated doing their own things, and then they came together at the end. That's what made it feel so dangerous, you know. And I think season 5 will be that as well because you got Tori, Sam, Dimitri, Hawk, Chris, Mitch, Chosen, Daniel over here, and Kreese in jail and Silver rising up in power. While you got Miguel, Robbie, and Johnny in Mexico, which I think will only last for like 2 episodes probably. And then them coming back to a valley they don't even recognize anymore. Like that's a a big threat. So I think with season 5, it'll be more of a, okay, this is what we missed. You know, this is what we were hoping for. You know. Because season 4 is, I'm not, you know, I hope people don't take it as like we're saying season 4 sucks. Like season 4 is, it's great. I'd rather watch this than freaking He's All That. You know what I mean? But like, season 4 just, it stuck the landing for sure, but it definitely took some missteps. That's how I'll put it.
When you brought that horrible film up, I think everything went out the door.
Oh.
That horrible He's All That. Horrible Addison Rae ruined people.
Might as well bring up Riverdale now, and anything else you guys do not
Riverdale,
like.
I don't know anything about that, but I don't think that's going to be good.
Please don't. Please don't. No more bad takes of stuff.
Outer Banks.
Speaking of Outer Banks, I saw Uncharted, and an actor from Outer Banks is in Uncharted. I was like, what?
Wait, who?
Someone from Outer Banks is in Uncharted. I was like, what?
Oh,
does he get killed off in the opening of the movie, please?
No! No, he doesn't.
So what's your expectations about Outer Banks season 3, Jacob?
There's gonna be a season 3?
Hang on. So my expectations for season 3 are as follows. I think it's going to be the same putrid trash that it was beforehand. It's just going to be more John B, John C crap. It's going to be more shipping and whatever the hell that they're doing.
Oh God!
I'm sorry. There's literally an episode where they go to wreckage, right? And you're like, oh, there's a story happening here. You go to the next flipping episode. Climbs out the water, and that's the end of it. That's stupid storytelling. Outer Banks crap.
But Outer Banks, more like Outer Bleep. Sorry, I can't swear.
That's what it is. No, sorry, that's what that is. It's just like
Lisa, it's a bunch of oatmeal, exactly.
Don't bring that one up. Don't bring that one. Oh no.
No, Lisa can't be saying that. That's very. I think I have to ban her from the chat now. That is forbidden.
That word is forbidden.
Sorry, now, Lisa.
Darius,
it's the end of the line, pal.
Gets attacked by a gator and walks it off. No, he gets eaten alive. We're not letting him walk off.
With shirtless.
You know what? You guys know so much about being bad. I feel sorry for the fact you had to watch it to find out it was bad. That's a big L, my friend.
Try suffering through He's All That more than once.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
Jacob watched it on the stream, and I watched it last week just to see, and I was laughing my ass off. The cringiness of the girls, of like Addison and that friend, like laughing at that. I laughed when Tanner became Robbie. In the moment, he's like, stupid fucking bet.
What's his name? Sorry,
Just stay as Robbie. Please stay as Robbie.
Sorry. You see that Ken looking? What the hell?
Dude.
That pompous little
absolute.
Sorry, that dude would get eaten alive in the London school systems. What the hell is he's like? Oh yeah, I can sing.
I'll tell you what made me laugh is when there was a little Cobra Kai after party scene when he has like 2 kicks on the guy. He should have just gone full on Robbie and just knocked him out and done like the whole.
Dude, it's like pretty sure that was me kicking your ass.
They tried to make his kicks look so bad just so he doesn't look like Robbie, but just go Robbie, mate. Just go full on Robbie.
Go all in.
I was thinking, please, just give me that one moment in this shitfest of a film. Please give me that one moment, Robbie. Nope, didn't get it. Got a little kick. Nice little kick.
You know what we got? We're pretty sure that was me kicking your ass.
You know what would have been better if we were in the film, Jacob, and we just pushed that motherfucker in the pool.
Oh, dude, nah, he's getting the full shebang. Wedgie, swirly, it's all happening. He's getting all of it.
This guy will become the new...
That was worse, Darius.
Maybe I should ship that guy with Pennywise instead.
Oh, don't bring him up either.
At least Pennywise has more nuance.
No, don't bring that guy up.
Actually, I can't sympathize with some idiot.
You know exactly what you're
doing. Divine.
Yeah.
You know what we can say is divine though. RJ in the Matt Reeves universe because he doesn't shut up.
Why does RJ not want to watch the new Batman movie? Is that why you guys keep
Oh
saying
yeah,
that?
he absolutely hates Batman. Like the new film, he said Matt Reeves is
Yeah,
like the
he said Matt
worst
Reeves is
director.
clueless. He doesn't know what he's doing.
He thinks
he-
Matt
What?
Reeves
It's like,
is the
oh,
Michael
Bat-
Bay of Batman movies.
Yeah. Like there's
It
gonna
hasn't
be
even come out yet.
No, but
He's
he's
an
also
idiot, isn't
saying
he?
that Robert Pattinson is going to be the most like overrated Batman.
RJ
ever.
is such a
No.
silly boy. He actually
I'm
thinks,
seeing it. I'm seeing it on Thursday, and I'm seeing it on Friday.
I actually think it's gonna be the best Batman film. Honestly,
I think so too, and I'm a huge Batman fan. I saw the first trailer. I was like, "Yep, yep."
I was
Yeah,
convinced
it looks
by
darn
I'm
good.
vengeance.
I
Like,
can't
Yeah,
believe it's
I
already
love that
coming
line.
out.
He's like, "I'm vengeance." I was like,
the
"Oh,
voice
shit."
is perfect.
Yeah,
It wasn't like
The voice
croaky
is-
Batman.
yeah. Once we get to the Dark Knight Rises, Roger Trigger. It's
I'm
like,
not gonna lie,
you
but
know,
You know, I
Some
actually think it was
progressively
worse
worse
in the
each
Dark
film.
Knight Rises. Yeah.
in the Dark Knight Rises, yeah, his voice where he's like, Roger Trigger. It's like Jesus Christ, man. Why don't you
you
go to
know what?
Jesus, man.
Silly
God.
Mamba, mother mofo. You also said Batman was going to be trash. Just see how good it's going to be.
Yeah.
That's worse than that.
He goes off the deep end a little bit. Roger Trigger. It's like, gee, well, how about you take a speech class, buddy? Holy
I'll
Christ.
tell you where she is. She's actually back at home, and the police are outside your house because you fucking sounding creepy, man.
Yeah,
Imagine if he was your older brother. Good go. Where's the remote?
Do you know what? They should just use his voice for a smoking gun.
It's just
Kids.
like
Yeah.
have
Don't smoke.
a throat sweet, because your voice sounds like a damn lawnmower. Have a throat
should
sweet.
They should literally do this for smoking gun
Yeah,
and
it
say,
sounds like
kids,
you can't
don't be
get a
Christian
motorbike
Bale's
inside.
Batman.
It's like,
Yeah,
Get
don't
some
smoke.
Don't smoke, kids.
Don't
If you want to
smoke,
sound like
kids.
this guy.
Hey, what's it like? The Thing said in the first Fantastic Four film, he's like, "Don't do drugs," and they're like, "Yeah, yeah."
Oh my god, the Thing's voice always cracks me up. Especially when Chris Evans' torch goes, so how did you and
So how do you guys?
there's that thing, and he's like,
Oh god, I love that part. He's like, you don't need to know, and he chases
In
him.
the first one, he's like, "Where are you?"
How do you guys?
yeah,
Well, I mean, hey, no comment.
yeah, Chris Evans is amazing in that,
Better
funny
than
as
that,
hell.
all that out of banks of crap. Don't anyone bring
He's
that
the,
up ever
only,
again.
he's the only good part of those movies.
Don't bring. I know. Seriously, I can't believe you brought up out of banks again. For God's sake, what the hell
Oh
are
my
you
god,
doing?
you spilled something.
I almost spilled my coffee. Oh my
You know what?
god.
Is there a compilation out there of Alex
Good
just spilling and hurting himself?
Oh, Deadpool cup.
There has to be.
Hey,
There has to be.
a Deadpool cup.
Because I almost fell out of my chair like an hour ago.
Yeah, that's
I
a
saw
Deadpool
something-
cup.
Yeah. Wait.
You made
this?
Juliana laugh so much, she's actually laughed like
this?
gone off the thing.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
off the line. Yeah. Hey, everyone, raise your cup one more time. Raise your cup one more time.
Even though I have absolutely no drink in it. Raising my cup to Captain America.
All right. Yeah.
To Darth Vader, but it wore off.
Alright, I had my drink, now drinking it. That's just good acting.
There is nothing in mine now. Nothing in mine. Oh,
You
but
literally
we
couldn't.
reached
You
the
couldn't
4
tell
hour
if I've
mark.
got it in my mouth from it. It's crazy.
Okay.
Until then.
Until just then. But we've reached the 4 hour mark.
Wow.
I think now is a good time to round
Alright,
off.
see ya.
Hey,
Shit, he just left.
get back in here. Get back in here, you.
Wait, whoa.
Now I need to put the order back.
I love doing that stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, now. Right, there we go. There we go. Now order has been restored. Order has been restored. Hang on. Let me just screw it. I can't be asked. Let me just let's have some fun. So, Darius, this is for you, by the way.
Oh, get that off. Get that off.
Oh my god, we
Oh,
actually
please.
saw one today, didn't we, Jacob?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Jacob, we should have
Oh,
literally got. We should have got. Freaking. We honestly should have.
What is that?
Oh my god. We should have got Jacob to. We should have done that. Got that Wookiee to do the same thing.
Yeah. And then we just get
The Wookiee we took a photo with today. Someone was dressed up as one, really tall. He was like flexing and doing all these like bodybuilding like poses. I was like, bro, why? I just wish I did it with him. I Okay, we have come to the end of the
There ain't
stream. Thank you
double
all
of
for joining. I'm off.
You
Subscribe
guys.
to all of us because everyone's got a channel. All right, bye.
Everyone's
I'm
got
just
a
kidding.
channel.
I don't know what I'm saying.
Right.
I was like, is he freaking for real?
Hang on.
Oh my god, can you imagine? That'd be
Hang
such
on,
a rude thing to do. wouldn't it?
hold on.
Bye.
Leaving like this would be very rude.
Hold the phone. So we got fucking mother. You're fucking up the order again. Fucking.
God,
No, who
is that OCD?
I care.
Okay, Hercules
I care.
Poira.
It's like you lot care about Outer Banks shit and rubbing that.
Wait,
but I
Jacob's
care
gonna
about-
become. Jacob's gonna become Hercules Poira in the making. The OCD.
Oh, son. Okay, so there you go. This is how it started. Robbie and Miguel. This is how it was going, and then this is how it will end up. Duck down, Truman.
Why do you want me to duck down?
Just duck down.
I'll just go here because I'm actually the guy.
Yeah,
now.
you go.
Zoom in on. Why did you say zoom in on Alex? Why? What am I doing?
Actually, no, do that
I saw
again,
that in
Jacob.
the
Say
chat.
that. Wait, Jacob, I've ducked.
Oh, you're duck now. Oh, my bad. There you go. Perfect.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
hang on. Don't come up a minute. Don't come up a minute. I need to do this properly. So, how it started, how it was going,
How it
will be.
is.
Oh, I like that.
I
Bang.
like that. I like that a lot.
Thank you very much, guys.
Very
Very
English,
appreciate it very much.
You sounded so English there. Meth head loose.
Well, I'm English, you fool. You're
Not
getting
you,
bored.
I'm talking
Lol.
to Alex.
Actually, King, the right grammar is he's getting bored. You know, like he's all that, not
And
he
there's
all
only
that.
one L for lol.
Please refrain from your hood
You
language.
You muppet.
Right, okay. That's it. It's time to end now. This ends tonight, or this morning. Okay,
This will
so
never be over.
first things first. No. I got worried then. So first things first, let's all give a major shout out to our boy Miguel over here for that badass season 4 cut. That great
thank
time
you.
that we had out today, and the nuance and the context that this guy provides. He speaks my language, so you don't need to tell you. Just go follow Cobra Kai Nation. You know.
Thank
You know
you.
what's up. You know what's up. The man, the myth, the legend, Alex. You are the absolute goat, sir. This is the only
Thank
other
you,
person I have seen absolutely rooting for the Robbie and Miguel thing. So raise a toast to this.
Nuance.
That Jesus Christ. Yeah, and a cup too. Let's raise a little toast to the other nuance from Down Under, the one that provides context, backs up her points, and she doesn't back down from a challenge at all. Brilliant. OG of the OG. This is like Hawk Street, OG, you name it. You know, no.
Okay,
flex,
Brown.
all that kind of stuff. Oh, flexing the nice. Do the screech.
Hold the sign.
I'll hold the sign. Yeah, hold the sign. Put the sign up.
Oh.
And I'm now officially Outer Banks' #1 fan. I can't wait to see that. Jesus Christ. I can't wait. God damn, is that how I think? I can't wait to.
Damn.
Yeah, Miguel really stopped by the stream. That's how it is. That's how we do it over here. I could have my ego inflated and just have me full screen here for a second, my sexy ass, but instead I'm just gonna. There we go.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah,
Almost is not enough.
But,
yeah, I'll try and get you
thank
guys in season 6 then.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of maybe. But see you all later on in the chat, everyone. Thank you for
Bye,
popping
guys.
in. And next time it will be episode 6 to 10. Can't wait to talk about the Carrie Underwood stuff. You know, the
Oh my god! Oh, you actually did it! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh man! Oh. You actually did it! Oh my god! Wow!
Peace out, ladies
Oh
and
my
gentlemen. We'll
Peace out,
see
people.
you.
Take care.
Oh, that's going in the book.
That's a good. No.
What the fuck?
That's the outro now. Right.
you schmuck. If your name's RJ, Darius, King, any of these schmucks, you better watch your back, homie.
Muppets. Thank
You
you
guys
all
are
for- Shout out to the Knights.
Knights over Kings.
Oh, Civil War brewing?
Yeah, I'm about to start a war in this bitch, mother.